We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Ranty did to Brian's logic in his first debate since becoming a Glober. That was devastating. If you have not seen Ranty ex-Flat Earther in his first debate since switching to the side of sanity, then go check it out on Conspiracy Cat's channel, where it was fantastic. I may be out of a job quite soon thanks to Ranty. So tonight we are going to have another discussion about the nature of the world that we live in. It is 2021. Yes, I understand. You are amazed. And tonight we have with us someone who's not been on the channel before. It is Mitchell from Illuminated Illusions. Mitchell, welcome to the channel. How are you doing?
I was better before I saw that intro there, buddy, but pretty good in general, I guess. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Having a great day. Spent a nice day with my kids, so I'm in a good mood. So you and I have agreed to have a discussion about the nature of the shape of the Earth. But beforehand, I want to pass the mic over to you to let you introduce yourself and just tell people a bit about why you think the Earth is flat. So just a couple of minutes, over to you, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll start a little bit earlier. I've been involved in researching conspiracies for, over a decade. But just a couple years ago, I started day trading heavily to the point where I had my own channel, Upswing Trading. And I taught myself how to trade, taught myself how to read technicals, learned about short selling and how that really goes down, and the predatory short selling practices of the big banks. And then I learned about the alternate trade systems that filter and funnel all different order types. And when I learned that, I realized, wow, this is a little bit more shady than I had once thought. And I noticed that a lot of day traders were getting fleeced, so I started looking a little bit deeper into it. After discovering what was actually going on with the big banks versus the regular everyday short sellers and just the small guy, it really made me think more about, how is this running? Then I learned about how the federal bank isn't actually a bank, that it's it's not a governmental body. It's as federal as, federal post. So after learning that, it's like, okay, there's a lot of sneaky stuff going on behind the scenes. And yeah, that kind of got me into talking about this stuff. Obviously, you just said, on my channel was banned because I talked too much about COVID. I'm not going to light up your channel, but I was talking about stuff in March of 2020. So basically, I was doing a swim video from Wim Hof because I like to stay healthy, like to get exercise, and I like to eat right. And I've got 2 young boys and a wife that's a holistic nutritionist. So of course, I'm going to be all in on trying to be healthy. So I heard of the guy Wim Hof and started learning about health from that side and realized, how come I've never heard about any of this in school? Never once was this brought up. I thought that it was a good thing to eat. I don't know how much I can talk about it. Like I said, I don't want to light up your channel, but when I started talking about that stuff, I started doing a swim video, and I ran it for 1 full year here in Victoria, BC. And every day I'd go in the water, whether that's ocean or lake, I'd go in there for 5 minutes a day, just to try to keep my immune system functioning properly. So the coldest day, it was like -6. It was snowing on me, and I was jumping off of a snowbank. Still stayed in the water for 5 minutes a day. Did it for 1 year. And I have every single video recorded. YouTube's now banned my channel, so they're gone. But I've still got all the videos. If anyone wants to call in the question, I've got every single video there. But as it progressed, I noticed, every single thing I predicted was going to happen in March 2020 ended up happening. Like, for example, having to wear a face mask mandatory, having to get a COVID vaccine passport, which is still to come, military in the streets, which is going to be coming, mutations of the strain, just all of it, called it all. So after that, I said, maybe I'm actually just a guy that is maybe seeing the puzzle for what it is. I've got a lot of puzzle pieces throughout my life. If I give you a box and there's no picture on it and say, hey, put this 1,000-piece puzzle together, you're going to have no idea where to begin. But for me, after I've already built a bit of the puzzle, you can sort of see the image that it creates, right? So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I just got into this recently. I definitely what I'll say is this. I'm not saying that it's 100%. This is what it is. It's either flat or whatever shape. Take the shape you want. What I'm here to disprove is the globe ball model that is being taught in school. And my main reason for doing this, for putting my face out there, for not caring about the consequence, is I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, and I do not want them to grow up in a world where they are lied to through the public education system. I think that every person basically has a hard drive, and if you have a computer, it's up to you what you load to that computer. So if you only ever get one side of something, that's like being a marriage counselor where you only ask the man to speak and then you make up your mind. You need to hear both sides of the argument. Then after having both sides of the argument, you have to have your own processing system to decide what is the better argument. And then you find stuff in the middle. There's nothing all 100% one way or 100% the other way. There's always some common ground. And my thing is, I'd rather look at the commonalities rather than focus on the extremities. Even when that comes to religion or anything, you've got all these people that are fighting about, you know, this God, that God. How about we look at the 90% that's the same, focus on that, and think the rest maybe is that's the distortion, right? So if you look here to my little side view, you can see all of these different indigenous cultures, ancient cultures. They all have a very similar model of Earth, and that's what I'm now tending on agreeing with. Again, I'm not an astronaut, because I don't think there is actually any of those, but I'm not an astronaut. I've never been out to outer space, but I've been able to conduct scientific experiments myself. Lucky enough to live in Victoria here. I've got mountains. I can see as far as the eye can see. It's looking pretty flat. And then as far as the ocean, I'm right at the ocean, so I can see right across to Port Angeles. I can see right over to Washington. And when I do that, I can see way further than I should based off of an 8 inches per square mile. Maybe you have a different equation, but the equation that I've seen in the community, as far as the math goes, is that it should be that the curvature model should be 8 inches squared per mile, right? Or sorry, 8 inches times per mile squared, right? I've got the equation later on I can show, but that's kind of where I'm at now. That's my introduction to who I am, but
okay,
I still
awesome.
have my actual my theory of what I believe, but I'll let you introduce yourself wherever, because we don't know each other that well yet.
Okay, well, obviously people watching will probably know who I am, but for you, my name is Craig. I run this channel, FTFE. I have 2 degrees, one in physics, one in nuclear engineering. I was in the Royal Navy as a nuclear engineer for several years. I've studied science my whole life, which is why I ended up going in that direction. I have a pretty good grasp of physics and understanding of the heliocentric model, and in my investigation, the personal experiences and everything that I've had every time I've tested the world or had to for a job that I'm doing, it's turned out that it matches the predictions set forth by the heliocentric model. So I don't believe things. I don't think believe is the right word for what I say. I know that belief can be classed as a subset of knowledge, but I base my position on evidence available and logical deductions. And when I look for it, because I always get told by flat earthers to, go and do the research yourself, investigate flat earth, and every time I do, I find that flat earth is completely impossible and there is nothing that supports it. And I hold fast to the statement that there is no flat earth model, there is no flat earth map, there is no experiments that demonstrate the earth is flat, there is no explanations for more than 95% of the natural phenomenon that we experience that can be put forth by any kind of flat earth model. So that's my general position. I started this channel because I became disabled after my time in the military, and then a little bit on I had some more injuries, so I started this channel as a way to keep myself entertained, to be honest, and it turned into a platform where I can actually have meaningful discussions and interesting debates. Obviously, I think the Earth is a globe, because that's what the evidence suggests. And in the over 500 flat Earth debates that I've had, I have never been presented with any evidence that could exclusively support the Earth being anything other than a globe at the dimensions that we are told. The amount of evidence that I have gathered during my times is extremely large. So obviously we're getting to my evidence, but that's who I am. That's why I do this. So we agreed beforehand that this would be a discussion about the flat Earth, and that's the topic we're gonna keep on. We're not going to talk about other things. We agreed that we would each have 10 minutes to present evidence for our claim. And I've said that you can go first because I think that's the best thing to do. After that, we'll have a bit of back and forth discussion and then a Q&A from the audience. So let's get on with this. Thank you, everybody watching. I want to say the audience that constantly comes is amazing, and I love every single one of you, except you, Nathan Thompson. If you're watching, you can go get to fuck. But apart from that, let's get on with it. So, Mitchell, over to you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
But before I get into the 10 minutes, I just want to ask you, can we just talk a little bit back and forth first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, one, I should get this right off the bat, okay? Or do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
The evidence suggests that Big Bang is the correct origin of the universe.
But still, it's only a theory for a reason, correct?
No, it's not.
Agree with that?
No, there is
Why haven't they removed that word?
Because in science, the word theory is not the same as the colloquial usage of the word theory. A scientific theory is one of the highest standards of evidence that you can have that something is actually factual. A scientific theory is something that has been backed up consistently by observation and experimental evidence, including peer review. A scientific theory is not the same as just a random guess about something. A scientific theory is something that comes along once you have substantial evidence for a particular thing. Once you have experimented to confirm a hypothesis and there's been peer review done on it, then a hypothesis, escalates to a scientific theory. But that does not mean the same word as the colloquial usage of the word theory. They are two different things. That's why it's called a scientific theory. All science, the highest part of, if there is a scientific theory, that means that is something that has the most evidence to suggest that it is true. For instance, the theory of evolution is the encompassing amount of evidence that supports the assumption that evolution is correct. That's what the theory is. It's all.
I agree.
Well, again, in science, assumptions are very much part of the process. That's exactly what a prediction is. Making an assumption is a big part of science in general. Including in the scientific method, because you can't test something without some kind of assumption. But that's the important thing: is testing something, having experiments, and once a hypothesis and a prediction has been verified via experimentation, repeated experimentation, and peer review, that hypothesis escalates to being a scientific theory, which is fact. That's what we mean when we say scientific theory. We mean, that's as close to being a fact as we can say for sure. It doesn't mean that, it's just a theory because we don't actually know. Does that make sense?
No, I completely understand your definition of it. I still think that theory is a very interesting way to use words to have them twist to your benefit. The fact that it's still a theory of evolution, a theory of relativity, a theory of gravity, a theory of the Big Bang is telling, in my opinion, because I'm just saying, so your religion is that those theories have more evidence than the theories put forth by the church, because there's also millions of churches worldwide, and they also have peer review. They also have a belief system. But you guys believe in one thing, they believe in another thing, but there's no actual fact, which is why
that's incorrect and completely opposite to what I said.
Theory. Your name is known.
But that's completely the opposite of what I've just said. It's not just a theory. It's a scientific theory. They are different things.
So why don't they remove the word theory?
Because that's not what it means in science. That's a scientific theory is something that is purported by that is supported by a preponderance of evidence. That is the closest thing we can get to a fact. Just because it is the same as a colloquial usage as a different word doesn't mean anything else. Nothing is just a theory. And I would request that you do not strawman me by suggesting I have a religion, because religions don't have evidence to support them and peer review and actual science behind them. That's very, very different. What I have is a preponderance of evidence that supports my claim. which then becomes a scientific theory. And obviously, part of a scientific theory is having things like scientific laws, like, for instance, the law of gravity is part of the theory of gravity. It is part of that preponderance of evidence.
Do you like Nikola Tesla?
Nikola Tesla was a very intelligent, if not completely crazy person, yes.
But we use alternating current to this day, ultraviolet light, X-rays, radio broadcasting, all of his inventions, correct?
Not just because of his inventions. There's many things that have come to those factors. But Nikola Tesla was instrumental in a lot of the advances around the electrical age. Kind of irrelevant to the conversation because he also believed that the Earth was a globe.
Well, it's relevant in the sense that that guy that created that many things, I'd say one of the most brilliant people to ever walk the planet, did not believe in gravity. Because he had another explanation. That's
completely incorrect. He had absolutely no issue with gravity.
He believed that it was density and buoyancy.
No, he did not. It's absolutely incorrect. And the word buoyancy is a problem because you cannot use the word buoyancy without including gravity because buoyancy includes gravity. Do you know the equation for buoyancy?
No, do you know how to solve the equation for buoyancy?
Yes, I do. That's why I'm asking you if you know what the equation for buoyancy is, because there's a very important part in okay, so the equation for buoyancy is rho GV. Rho being the density of the medium, V being the volume displaced, G being the acceleration due to gravity. You cannot have buoyancy without gravity, and anyone that says buoyancy is submitting to the assumption that gravity is a correct thing, because you cannot have buoyancy without gravity.
Well, you can't have density and relative density.
Yeah, but neither of those are forces, so that wouldn't make anything move.
So why does helium defy gravity where a whale and trillions of gallons of ocean get held down by gravity?
It doesn't. Again, you look at the equation for buoyancy, rho GV.
I'm not worried about equation. I'm talking about practical, everyday, repeatable. You're saying science is repeatable.
But the thing is, the helium balloon would not be going up without the downward acceleration of gravity. Now, to get into it would be important to talk about the mathematics because that explains it, but I will try and explain it without any mathematics. The helium balloon has a density which is less, and a mass that is less than the surrounding air, which means that the force of gravity, which if you do the equation for Fg equals...
Why does the gravity need to come into play?
If you let me finish what I'm saying, I will explain. Okay? Now, because the helium balloon has less density and mass than the air around it, the force of gravity, which, if you do the equation, Fg equals g m1 m2 over r squared, will act stronger on the air around the balloon than the balloon itself, creating more force pulling it down more, which means that there will be an upward force on the thing with less mass because it's not being affected as much by gravity, which is what we call the buoyant force, and that creates a force directly in the opposite direction to gravity. It is because of gravity acting more on things with more mass and density that the helium balloon goes up, because the air surrounding it is being pulled down with more force.
I just don't understand how you can see my side of it, though, where literally gravity is just and the entire thing you just said there, that can all be explained with relative density. Gravity never needs to even be a word.
No, you can't, because relative density isn't a force.
Pushes it back down. It's not actually doing that, though. Okay, why can a butterfly defy gravity then?
It can't defy gravity. What happens when the butterfly stops flapping its wings?
Well, that's the thing. It's the same as me even in water.
Right, here's the important thing about gravity, okay? Gravity is proportional to mass, all right? So what has more mass? The Earth, or the oceans of Earth, what has more mass? The oceans of Earth in total, or a butterfly?
Obviously the oceans of Earth.
Right, which means there is a stronger force acting upon the oceans of Earth in total than there is on that butterfly, okay? Which means to create a force in the opposite direction requires less, yeah? And a butterfly has wings, which can create a force in the opposite direction to gravity. The ocean doesn't have any wings, so there is no way the ocean can create a force in the opposite direction. So once the butterfly is using its energy to flap its wings and create enough lift to overcome the downward force of gravity, it floats and flies. When it stops flapping its wings and stops creating the force and thrust created by its wings, it then goes back down because there's no force acting in the opposite direction to gravity. It's all proportional. If something is big, it has more mass and density, therefore more gravity is acting on it. That's why 6 months ago, when I was a fat bastard, I weighed more because there was more of me. There was more mass, which meant that when I got on the scales, there was more force, which registered as a weight on the scales, more weight. Okay.
Okay. So
that's
my
the gravity.
So that's your belief.
No. Please don't say that's my
that's your
belief.
fact. That's your
Everything I say can be verified by scientific experimentation. I would appreciate if you didn't say things like
mine as well.
Okay, but just to be clear, I would appreciate if you didn't refer to the things that I say as beliefs or religion, because that is a pretty big straw man of my position. Okay.
You're straw manning the heck out of mine, but that's fine. I'll go with that. Hey, I've got respect for you, buddy, and I'm sorry to hear that happened to you at war, man. That's a terrible thing. Okay, so
I wasn't at war. I was just in the military and became injured. I didn't serve in any war conflicts. Just to make that clear. But I am a disabled veteran from the military. Yes.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. It does. I can't
having
walk.
to start up your livelihood again. Like, what do you do now? Like, is this your only job or?
Yeah. Well, I'm a full-time YouTuber. I spend 10 to 12 hours a day working on my channel, creating content, researching, trying to organize debates, working on graphics. This is my full-time job now.
Yeah, so it's safe to say, because I did it a little bit as well, so it's safe to say that most of your income, if not all of it, comes from this channel?
Yeah, I didn't want to be reliant on the government, and this is a job I could have from home. So once it started working, I decided to work full-time on it, and that's what's happened now.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway.
So I'm saying, at this point, like, regardless of any evidence put forth, it would obviously not be very good for your channel. I'm not saying that you aren't a man of integrity. I'm just saying you'd probably not want to focus as much and dig down that rabbit hole, because then it could also blow up what you've built for yourself, correct?
Yeah, that's why my channel is called FTFE. That stands for Fight the Flat Earth. That's although I have strayed into other conspiracies and talked about things like young Earth creationism and debunking COVID-19 deniers and things like that. You know, I concentrate on talking about the flat Earth because that's what I found interesting and thought, well, I can use my physics for something rather than sitting on my ass all day. But anyway, how about we get to the evidence?
Yeah, I know. One more second. So I just want to see, just to have a bit of common ground to base this off of, is there any conspiracy that you do stray away from the official narrative? Or do you think everything it's all good? And the government does not lie?
I don't think that the government is always completely truthful about everything. And I do think there are certain things that could be classed as conspiracies that may be true. I'm never going to make an outright statement. Okay. Again, all of that is kind of irrelevant, and we can get.
So this is irrelevant to me. I look at the government as
okay, let me finish. We can get to more of the discussion about the ins and the outs, and I think we should go more into about gravity and how that's been verified specifically. But let's for now get to the evidence, because that is the best way to actually have the full discussion and get both sides out. So why don't you take your 10 minutes now and present your 10 minutes of evidence. Please stick to specifically evidence for the flat Earth. Don't stray into other things, and please don't say anything that could get my channel nuked.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I'm going to start off here. This is Michio Kaku, okay? And
okay, wait.
Can you hear that?
No, I'm not getting any audio from you.
Okay, basically he's talking about scientific method and how he never gets fact-checked, that it's basically an echo chamber. And he explains that the reason why this is that many scientists spend decades working on theses and they put all their eggs basically into one basket, and that they would never fight that system, because by fighting that system, they're going to kill their livelihood. And it's the same way that a lot of people, like myself included, on my YouTube channel, if I didn't want to do the official mainstream narrative, they banned my channel. So that took about $3 grand a month away from me. And then I had to go back to work because I was not willing to put the mainstream narrative, something that I had an integral problem with. So that's just one example of where scientists absolutely can turn their back on it. And I've got all kinds of video footage on that, okay? Then we've got this here. The flat model that you said at the beginning is completely inaccurate to what flat earthers actually believe. This is more acceptable to what it is, okay? So you see right here, you've got the phase of the moon up here. And I watch this constantly. I have videos with, so an antipode is the geographical extremity from you. So me in Victoria, BC, my antipode is a little French island down in the southern hemisphere, okay? We'll call it that for now, because my whole thing here, like I said, I'm debating the globe model. I don't buy it for a second. But this is closer. If you notice, it's kind of like a yin-yang sign, okay? This is what closer, I can't speak for every person that believes in this stuff, but I do believe this is a close enough model. You have a 150 to 200 foot ice wall in Antarctica, and you can look at a lot of pictures of it. Lots of things people don't know about Antarctica. It's a very, very interesting place, one of which is that they have a waterfall that spits out red water, and they have a volcano that spits out gold particles. Look into Antarctica, and you'll soon realize that back in the 1930s, it was a huge topic for Hitler. They went to Antarctica and stuff, and then they had things like Operation High Jump, where they actually went to Antarctica and then created the Antarctica Treaty, which now has over 50 nations of the world that disagree in every other regard, but for some reason they have a peace treaty in Antarctica. They don't ever fight with that, but everywhere else in the world they seem to have conflict, and Russia's part of that. Lots of nations are part of that. So that was suspicious to me. And then you have guys like Jarle and Hoy that tried to navigate Antarctica, and you're immediately arrested. There's zero independent research allowed in Antarctica. You can go there on guided excursions, but you are not allowed to independently go research Antarctica. Also thought it was funny when I realized that there's no north to south navigation. Okay, you are not allowed to circumnavigate. You can only go east-west. That's it. You're not allowed to fly north-south for when you circumnavigate. The reason why is this: you've got, in my opinion, you've got the dead center of this model. That would be the North Pole. Directly above that North Pole would be Polaris. This is, think about it like the basement. This would be like the ground floor of the universe. Every single other thing is above that. So it is not like it's depicted where we're all floating on some disk in space. Absolutely not. This is the floor. Everything else is overhead. Now, even when it comes to the moon, you only ever see one side of the moon, yet we assume it's a sphere, never a circle, never a shape that we can't comprehend as a human being. We never think about maybe there's a fourth dimensional shape or something. We think of it as, it's got to be a sphere, and we leave it at that. For all you know, that's a spotlight in the sky with some crazy technology. But what I do notice is this. With the flat Earth cycle, and I've been taking all kinds of videos lately of the moon and the sun in the same sky together. Now, while I take that video, my antipode on the opposite side of the globe, as you guys would assume on that sphere, they're also looking at the moon at the exact same time. And the overlapping time is hours. So now, on that hours, I don't understand how that's possible, because this here, where is it? This is what you guys believe. I think one of the biggest problems here is nobody's actually looked at an illustration of what the current thought of the solar system is. We believe that this sun is traveling around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. We believe that we, the Earth, are orbiting around that sun at 66,600 miles per hour. And then we believe that the Earth itself is also spinning at a little tilt 23.4 degree tilt, which leaves 66.6 degrees as the remainder, but also that this spinning around this on our Earth is going at 1,038 miles per hour. Yet we don't feel anything. We don't feel any of this spin, and then we just say it's because of the magic of gravity. That reminds me of the magic of Disney. I'm just saying. I had never seen this heliocentric Big Bang Theory model. And when I did, I was like, okay, something's a little fishy about that. Then I looked back at this and I'm like, okay, this makes a lot more sense. You've got it like a clock. If you were from the inside, the reason why it's staring up at the North Pole from the northern hemisphere, we call it, it's really hemiplane or whatever, but from the northern hemisphere, where I'm at right here on this map, okay, I'm looking at the moon the same time as Australia. Why? Because that's Australia, that's me. And I see it all, oh, sorry, I'm here, yeah. So I'm here, and I'm looking at the moon at the same time, but only at certain times of the year, okay? This here, this phase, watch how this goes. This is the tortoise versus the hare. This is an ancient, we think we're the pinnacle because our life expectancies are like 77 years, and oh, we must be so smart. Yet we have, 800,000 people on this planet that don't have safe water to drink. We have over 20,000 people a day die of starvation, but we're so sophisticated. Look at us, we're geniuses. Okay, look at this. Every time this phase gets dropped out, it's as the sun approaches. Every time it goes to the waning and the waxing moon. Every time it's with the proximity to the sun, because the moon itself, it has 13 full moons in a year, but we only have 12 months. I believe it's actually 28 days per month. It should be 28 days per month, and it's 13 months total in the year, which equals 364 days. Okay, now with the 364 days, you have the sun and the moon go around like this. The sun represents the minute hand on a clock. That represents 1 day of time. Every time the sun does one orbit, it's 1 day of time. And every time the moon does one orbit, I believe it's actually 28 days, okay? And that creates a month. This is basically a giant clock. You have so you have the North Poles here, which is why Polaris is fixed in position. It does not move. And anyone that says, no, Polaris does move a tiny bit, okay. The Georgia Guidestones down in Atlanta, Georgia, have been there for over 4 decades. It was put there in 1980, okay? There's a hole this big, an eye hole, that's drilled through on an angle through a foot granite slab. A foot granite slab, that big of a pinhole. Polaris has been in view for 40 years. So why is it that star trails have all the other circles of the sky go around Polaris every single night, yet Polaris, you can still see after 4 decades in exactly that little tiny pinhole? That to me is suspicious, okay? Now, I believe that there's a magnetic field that goes from the North Pole down dead center up to Polaris. That fixes it in point. It creates the clock momentum that puts everything else around. The moon and the sun, as you see here, are on 2 separate orbits, just like a minute hand and an hour hand. As the sun approaches the moon, it drowns out the light of the moon. The moon is self-illuminating. We have never been to the moon. It's a total farce. Even the word NASA itself, go ahead, debunk it all you want, but look up the number 5377 in the Hebrew Bible. It means to deceive. That's the word NASA. It means to deceive in Hebrew, or to beguile, okay? NASA has a budget of $65 million a day, and they don't pay, they don't have any checks and balances because of people that take your side of the position.
Computer,
you guys
stop.
never look into NASA.
All right, that's your 10 minutes.
I think that $65 million a day is enough of a budget to definitely silence some people. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's your 10 minutes now.
That's 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's been 10 minutes.
Can I just finish off my point?
Yeah, I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Okay, so basically, the sun and the moon do that, okay? And this is the actual way that this works. You've got the salt in the water is what creates the current in the water, okay? It's very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's very conductive, okay? So you have the South Pole goes around us, it is a south pole of a magnet. You have the North Pole here. When you energize it, it creates current this exact way. That's what creates the tides. And every single continent that we have here is actually floating. That's what creates the tides, and it goes up. That's why it's not uniform.
Okay, right. That's the 10 minutes for evidence. That was fantastic. I did take some notes there. Nothing I haven't heard before, so yeah, that'd be fun to go through. Right, so computer, start a 10-minute timer. So,
starting now.
Thank you. Right, is the Earth a globe?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Is the Earth a globe? Let's look at the evidence, shall we? Is there any measurements that suggest the Earth is a globe? Why, yes, there is. If you go to mctoon.net/r, you'll find several measurements of the radius of the Earth done by geodetic surveyors, all at different places around the world. My favourite one being the American arc across that was done in the USA. And the interesting thing about all these measurements is, and I can bring them up if you need to and go through this, it's a lot of maths, is that there's several different teams from around the world that have done these measurements, right? Several different teams that have done measurements of the radius of the Earth in the UK, in India, in Asia, in America. All separate people from throughout history, never met, and whenever they do the measurements, they all come to the same conclusion that the Earth does in fact have a globe. That the Earth is in fact a globe to the radius that we say. It's not just geodetic surveyors and globers and stuff that do measurements and stuff to confirm that the Earth is a globe. We can also actually look to flat earthers, for instance, this flat earther.
If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
Very, very interesting. Thank you for that, Jism. Even when flat earthers try to actually verify if the Earth is curved, it tends to figure out that they are. And something very interesting happened recently. That was a photo has appeared in this argument that converted one very famous flat earther, ranty flat earther, back to the globe. And I'm going to talk about that particular picture right now. And that is this picture. This is a picture of Blackpool Tower. Taken from a certain distance away and with some mountains behind. Now, the fantastic thing about this picture is that someone went back, another flat earther, #ThanksBev, and retook the picture and confirmed that it's pretty much always like this. And why is this picture important? Well, that's because the height of Blackpool Tower is around 200 meters, right? However, all those mountains in the background are around 1 kilometer in height. Which doesn't make sense if the Earth is flat, because perspective doesn't work like that. Perspective doesn't make something fall below the height of something else when you've got an eye line. That's not how perspective works. So why would this be the case? So what can we do to confirm that? What can we do to confirm that this observation doesn't make sense? Well, that is, we can look at other observations that are done. And there's a friend of mine called Miles Davis who lives near me and took this particular image from a screenshot of a video he did. And this is a very good image, one of my favourites, that clearly shows that things don't make sense if the Earth is flat, because this was taken from an eye height of 210 metres up a hill in Scotland. I can actually see the hill from my back garden, interestingly. And there's a surveying plaque that says that it's 210 metres above sea level. The bridges that you're looking at in this image are of the Forth Road and Rail bridges. The red line matches the middle tower of the new Forth Road Bridge, which happens to, according to the engineering manuals, be exactly 210 metres above sea level. Now, those mountains in the distance are about 17 kilometres southeast of Edinburgh, as you're looking across the Firth of Forth. And those mountains are very interesting because those mountains are over 500 metres above sea level. Above sea level. Not just, 500 metres of the mountain. There is, the elevation of the peak of those mountains is around 500 metres above sea level. Which means that if the Earth was flat and you're looking at the eye line that you are, you're looking from 210 meters, the top of those bridges are 210 meters, anything that is larger than 210 meters would never, ever fall below that red line, because that's not how perspective works. Parallel lines do not intersect. Those train tracks that we always see, they go into the distance, looks like they're touching, but they're not, because parallel lines never intersect. So anything taller than 210 meters could not be below that red line. Yet those mountains are over 500 meters in elevation above sea level, which doesn't make sense if the Earth is a globe. If the Earth is flat, sorry, it makes complete sense if the Earth is globe.
I think you had it right for a second there. Freudian slip.
So this literally doesn't make sense. If the Earth is flat, then those mountains aren't at the elevation that we're told they are. The particular image that you're looking at, if you swing 180 degrees, you get this. So we know it's at 210 meters above sea level. You can see this in the video. This is taken from the same video. And we're looking at Hopetown Monument there, which is 210 meters above sea level. And we've got mountains in the distance. We've got Ben Lomond, we've got Bien Naren, and we've got Ben Me. And all of those mountains are around a kilometer above sea level. Now, as we know, perspective does not work in a way that would make anything that is bigger than 210 meters ever fall below that red line. It would go into the red line, but it would never go below it, because as we know, parallel lines do not intersect. There is practically no refraction here because we're not over water and we're quite high up in elevation, 210 meters. So those mountains should be 5 times higher than Hopetown Monument, except they're not. There's a guy called Walter Bislin who modeled these out. He took the known dimensions of the Earth, the radius that we're told that it is, and he modeled out what this observation should look like. And that's what we see on the right there. And what we find is when you model it out based on the dimensions that we're told, is it matches this image pretty much exactly. So what he did was he modeled out assuming that the Earth was flat. And that's what you see here on the left. If the Earth was flat, those mountains would be way higher than Hopetown Monument. These images are completely impossible if the Earth is flat. I don't need to go to NASA. I don't need to worry about what the space agency stuff and say, because you can see from Earth, just looking at basic observations of nature, that the Earth is not flat. Because if it was flat, this image, and when it loads, this image would be completely impossible based on the known dimensions and heights and everything of what we see. So how do we confirm that this is the case? Well, we just have, right? We've just had 3 separate observations that confirm the same thing. Science has to be repeatable. These things are repeatable. We've been told by a flat earther that this observation in particular is what you always see. This means that the Earth cannot be flat based on these observations alone. But these observations are backed up by measurements, actual scientific measurements that have margin of error analysis, that have significant digits, that are reviewed and confirmed by other people doing the same measurements. The measurements that are done match these observations. There isn't any flat Earth measurements ever. I've checked. There is not a single peer-reviewed scientific measurement of the Earth being flat anywhere. But there is measurements from Earth, not in space, that the Earth is curved. What conclusion can we draw from the evidence as presented? Well, the Earth can't be flat, because these images would be impossible. So what else do we do to confirm? Well, then we go to people like NASA and SpaceX and see what they say. And what do they say? Well, the things that they say match the observations that people have done independently. And it's not just professionals that do these. It's people, this isn't a professional that went out and took these photos that are measuring. It's just someone that took a photo. And then a flat earther went out and did it. And it matches what the professionals say without having to go to anyone else. They all match always the same. And it's the same with the rotation of the Earth. The rotation of the Earth can be verified. And just before my time runs out, we're going to go to another flat earther to talk about the rotation of the Earth.
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if a gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob. Like, seriously. And there's my alarm. Computer, stop.
Okay, so hey, a lot to say, buddy. One, I live right on the Pacific Ocean, and right across from me is Port Angeles. So that whole curvature thing there that you just showed means nothing to me. Anyone else might believe that. I, with my own eyes, am able to actually look at the shoreline 30 miles away in Port Angeles. So I don't know how that's possible.
Okay, you don't know how that's possible.
So
that's fine. That's fine.
My own evidence.
Do you know what you say that that's not possible? What
yes,
evidence?
I know what refraction is, but
what evidence do you have to say that it's impossible?
Pardon?
You say it's impossible. What evidence do you have to say that it's impossible?
What I'm saying is I'm looking at something 30 miles away.
Yeah.
A mountain. Okay. I go from the top of the mountain, and then I look down to the shore.
Okay, and that is a problem.
So
why?
With curvature model, it should be way below.
Okay, but have you taken into account refraction? The images I presented were away from water. You've just talked about something directly over water, where you're going to have the largest amount of refraction. So have you considered how much refraction is required for that observation? You said 30 miles, yes?
30 miles, yes.
Okay. So how many degrees of curvature would that be that you would need for that observation?
It'll be feet.
No. We're talking about degrees. That you don't talk about feet. You talk about degrees of curvature. So for every 69 miles on the Earth, there's 1 degree. All right. Every 69 miles equals 1 degree. So if we're talking 30 miles, we're talking less than half a degree that light would need to be bent by refraction. But we're also talking about an observation directly over water, where there's the highest levels of refraction because you're over water. That matches the observations and the quantified known parameters of refraction. That's not an issue for the globe model. In fact, that matches what you should see when you take into account standard refraction.
Okay, man, it's very hard to bite my tongue when you just go off and say, okay, I'm looking at, okay. You know what? Let's just go with the easy stuff, because we can go back and forth all day. I know what I see, and it's not refraction. It's
how do you know it's not? How do you know it's not refraction?
Because
how have you quantified that?
Okay, so why is the refraction not having any effect at the top of the mountain, and then just as I go, it's only like the reason why I know is because I can look at a boat. Once I have it zoomed in, I can see the boat, no issue.
Okay, and how do you know that's not refraction?
Exactly, it's not refraction. I'm saying
how do you know it's not refraction?
How do I know it's not refraction? That I'm seeing the bottom of the boat when my eye lost it hours ago?
Because you see the bottom of the boat thanks to refraction. You keep saying it's not refraction. How have you specifically quantified that?
Okay, all right, man. Listen.
Okay. It's a genuine question. You are the one making the claim that it's not refraction. On our side, we have quantified the effects of refraction. Refraction has been experimented on for centuries. Mick West has written an incredibly detailed refraction simulator.
Fine. You win refraction. I'll give that to you. Okay, point you, because I want to get off that topic, because we're going to go back and forth. You win refraction. Perfect.
Cool.
Okay, now
all right. So
antipode. Explain the antipode. Why?
Wait. Hold on. We just talked about one of your things. Let's go to one of my things. All right. You wanted me to explain the observation that you're talking about.
Hold on. No, you just showed a big thing about you showed like 10 minutes of basically far out man to think I gave a quick little rebuttal.
Yeah, but I'm going to respond to your rebuttal, okay?
Okay, all right.
The reason why this is different, because this is 210 meters above sea level. The refraction at 210 meters above sea level is going to be minimal, like so minuscule compared to the refraction at sea level, because there's less of a less of a lapse rate, which you get when you're closer to the sea level. So that's why these observations above sea level, quite high above sea level, are easier to look at, because we can look at this and based on the known quantitative effects of refraction, that this is going to be near as damn it to what reality actually is, because you aren't close to the sea, you aren't down where there's a higher lapse rate and more effects of refraction. So this observation would need to be explained. I just explained how your observation was possible, because at sea level, less than half a degree of refraction is possible. So if the Earth is flat, how is this observation possible?
Well, what I'm saying is this. Are you saying that from 210 meters that you can detect curvature?
I'm saying if you do the math on this image, that it's impossible on a flat Earth.
Don't worry about the math, because, hey, maybe there's some people out there that don't know how to even use a calculator. So
they're called Anthony Riley. They're called Anthony Riley.
Yeah, so let's dumb this down for people. So
I usually do, yeah.
How many, like, at what elevation do you think you yourself can detect curvature?
Well, you're detecting curvature at this elevation at 210 meters.
Okay, so what about on a mountain?
If you look at things in the distance, I'm sure you could detect curvature quite easily,
for example,
based on
I've
what you're
got
seeing.
a mountain near me named Baldy Mountain, and I can see so far out, and it's 100% flat horizon, and I see it for a very long time.
Why would you expect to see anything but a flat horizon?
Or no?
I'll put your
screen?
screen back up, but let me ask a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Why would you expect to see anything other than a flat horizon at that elevation?
What I'm saying is, at what point do you see curvature? That was my question.
Well, I can show you a video of when curvature is done by another friend of mine who sent a probe to space.
Another friend of yours? Oh, no, I know. Well, that's going to just be with a Red Bull fisheye lens camera.
No,
I'm saying
wait, please don't make assumptions. Mage 2, the fantastic project that it was, contained 3 cameras. One looking directly at the balloon that was carrying it, which was fisheye. One for a wide-angle view, which was fisheye. And one narrow-angle lens with some markings on it to determine the lowest point of barrel distortion, which would give the the least distorted view. And it was with that camera, the one with the least distorted view, in between the markings, that showed at 34 kilometers there was clear curvature that matches the prediction of the globe model. And this was done independently by some dude with a bald head that I know.
Okay.
His name's Mr. Sensible. You can look him up on YouTube. Please, any moderators of mine in the chat, post the link to any of the Mage 2 projects, so any flat earthers watching are free to go and look at the Mage 2 project, done completely independently with 3 cameras, one of them not being fisheye, that showed that the Earth is curved. So yeah, I can absolutely demonstrate that and show at pretty much what elevation you can see the curve. Let's say 34 kilometers.
Okay, so 34 kilometers, you can see the curve. All right, now, why is it that Neil deGrasse Tyson went on live saying that even the guy that did the Red Bull space jump used a wide-angle lens, and that there's no way you can detect curvature because it would have been the equivalent to 2 millimeters off of the Earth? Why would Neil deGrasse Tyson say that?
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator trying to talk about it in the most basic way, and unless you're really, really looking,
no, well,
it's really. Wait. Let me finish.
Curvature.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson also is not God, and does not get everything completely right, because he has to try and dumb down very big, thoughts into easily digestible, media-friendly bites. And saying something like that is very easy to understand and is practically true. It's unless you go really, really high and you look really, really hard, it's pretty much flat because the Earth's so fucking big. But when you do something specifically designed to be able to see the curve, you do. The Red Bull jump was never designed to look at the curve of the Earth. It was designed to see how high a guy could go up in a balloon and jump. It was nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. So what Neil deGrasse Tyson said in regards to that is technically correct. Most of the time at that height, if you look out, you're probably not going to be able to see the curve of the Earth. But get a narrow angle camera and look really hard and compare it to what you're supposed to see, and there's fucking curve.
Well, that's where I disagree. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, he specifically says he wasn't trying to dumb down anything.
Yeah, no. What you're doing is called the Neil deGrasse
statement.
Tyson fallacy.
Pardon?
It's been dubbed the Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy, and also it is also called the fallacy of stolen concept, because if you are quoting Neil deGrasse Tyson in any way, shape or form, then you are saying that the Earth is a globe, because that is what Neil deGrasse Tyson holds as a position. So you cannot use Neil deGrasse Tyson as evidence for anything of your claim, because that is called the fallacy of stolen concept.
Well, no, what I am doing is I'm using your own guy to
He's not my guy. How's he my guy?
Claim. Well, would you agree that he's probably the biggest face in this community for globe earthers?
No, he's nothing to do with globe earthers. Okay.
Well, I would think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is definitely very big in that field. He's been on Joe Rogan. Like he's definitely one of the go-to guys.
Not really.
And he himself had a back pedal.
He's never had a back pedal. But again, Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth's a globe, so if we're going with Neil deGrasse Tyson as evidence, then the Earth's a globe.
Well, I'm saying it's not evidence. I'm saying that it's evidence that it's flat, even at that height. He put it out because people were taking independent footage in their own weather balloons going up to 110,000
and it's pretty hard to see.
feet.
Okay, okay. Regardless of what Neil deGrasse Tyson said for a media-friendly soundbite, I have evidence that at 34 kilometers you can see the curve of the Earth.
And I have evidence that you can't. I don't know why.
Wait. You have evidence. Please present that evidence.
Okay, well, I've got some. How about this then? Okay, with the Antipodes, because you
no.
Wait.
Not get to jump topics. You just specifically said.
Well, I've got actual video of it.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. You just specifically said that you have evidence that at 34 kilometers the Earth is not curved. Can I please see that evidence?
Yeah, hold on. I'll find a clip of for me, it's my own eyes. I go down to the beach and I do it all the time. I go to Whitty's Lagoon.
Yeah, we're talking about 34 kilometers right now, though, aren't we?
Pardon?
We're talking about 34 kilometers right now. So
I don't know what is it. Check Whitty's Lagoon at Tower Point, right across to Port Angeles.
Cool.
What's that distance? Because I can see their shoreline.
But okay, no, yeah, that's cool. But let's get to the evidence that you just said that you have. That at 34 kilometers, the Earth isn't curved.
Okay, well, no, because you're just going to see its refraction. That's what I'm saying. You're
not going to see refraction. Wait, hold on. You're not going to see refraction at 34 kilometers. All I'm saying here, Mitchell, is that you just specifically made the claim, the positive claim that you have evidence that at 34 kilometers you cannot see the curve of the Earth. All I'm asking is for you to present that specific evidence that you just said you have. I'm not going to make any claims about it until I've seen it.
Okay, hold on. If you want, I'll try to locate it. I'm just kind of saying, but it's going to take a while to locate.
I mean, but you said that you have that evidence, and I've looked, and
I've got
there is no
evidence.
evidence.
How about this? I'll leave a link in this video in the comments. The first link, you can pin the link. I'll put it. How about that? That way we can still have this debate. That's fair, and I promise I'll do it. Scouts honor, all that stuff. All right. Now,
would you like to see the image of from the project?
What? No, I know. It's irrelevant to me. So you're only showing it to your audience to reaffirm your point.
How's it relevant to you if I can actually? How's it irrelevant to you if I can actually show you evidence of my claim? How is that irrelevant?
Because I see your claims. I see your claims every single day. I grew up with your claims. I went to the same education
When did you see Mage 2 project?
Let's go it, man. Roll the tape.
Right, I'm getting to the point where he has the overlay of what we're supposed to see. Bear with me 1 second. Good old Mr. Sensible. Where is it? All right. let me get the video up. One sec. Oh, why is there no desktop capture on there? Oh, we just put it in there. 1 second. Display one. There he is. Boldly edited, sensible. And here we are at 34 kilometers, roughly. And as you can see, the two strings in the middle to indicate the least portion that would have barrel distortion, and both of them are straight. And as the video plays, you can see that these strings don't distort and change. So anything in between these two strings is as we see it. And you can quite clearly see here that there is a curve to the Earth. There is a point where he overlays it.
This is your evidence?
It's the curve of the Earth. What do you want?
Well, no, I'm just saying, I think
there
it's
we
hilarious,
go.
man.
Well, you can say it's hilarious, but you're going to have to explain why. Because here we have...
Okay, fine. Okay,
wait, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Here we have the overlaid predicted amount that you're supposed to get at just over 36 kilometers, which is a little bit higher than he was. But as you can see, the curve there pretty much matches the prediction that you should see at that altitude. So what we're seeing is a prediction that is made by our globe model being matched by an observation in reality. So if you are laughing and claiming that this isn't evidence, can you please explain why this is not evidence that the Earth is curved?
Yeah, because I didn't do it myself, therefore can easily be doctored.
Irrelevant. That is not how science works.
Exactly, it's not. So unless how many other
what
people
you've just done is the
verified
genetic
this
fallacy. What you've just done is called the genetic fallacy.
How many other people were there when he made it?
Several people have verified this tape.
Of him making it?
There's an entire series on his channel of it, actually, talking, showing the launch, showing, them collecting it and everything. The entire thing was as transparent as could possibly be. What you are doing by saying I didn't see it is trying to dodge away from the evidence and committing the genetic fallacy. You're pretty good at the fallacies tonight. Instead of trying to hand-wave dismiss it, please explain what we are seeing. Why do we see the curve of the Earth in this video?
Fisheye lens.
It's not a fisheye lens.
Well, that's where we disagree.
Do you have evidence it's a fisheye lens? Because I have evidence it's not.
You have evidence it is not a fisheye lens.
Absolutely I do. This video. Watch the entire video. Because he talks about how this isn't a fisheye lens.
Then it's right.
Well,
then
you
want to
let me finish? And the reason why those two, the yellow and the blue lines are there, because they are strings that are in front of the camera that are straight. And it shows that as the camera moves left and right throughout the video, so if we go back and have a look at it playing,
Can you play the whole video then, please?
The whole video is over 2 hours long, obviously, because it's going up to space and back. But as you can see here, as the camera bobs up and down, left and right, the strings don't change. Oh, there it is popping as it gets to its maximum altitude.
I just saw it go concave for a second there, actually. Why don't you see that video? See there how it's concave all of a sudden? Why does it go concave, convex, concave, convex?
On which camera? On which camera?
Well, which ones am I supposed to be looking at? There's all kinds of cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about the one on the far left, top left.
And as I explained to you, that is a fisheye lens. That is a fisheye lens. This one is the narrow angle lens. This is the one we need to look at, the main one on the screen, with this yellow line and the blue line. Okay, so let me get to the point where he's showing it. Obviously, he's overlaying the other one on top of it there, but
well, because I'm saying that's concave and convex there.
Not in this. In this,
it's all over the place, buddy. It's dodgy. Okay, it's dude. It's not evidence to me.
I don't care. No. Hold on. I want you to explain why it's not evidence, because as you can see, the yellow line and blue line never go concave. So anything in between those is as we see it in reality. So why?
Or those lines are CGI. Like anyone can put those lines there. You want me to make that video? I'll make one next. I'll pin that one.
Again, there's an entire video of him launching this, showing that it's not CGI, claiming that some dude that does videos from his home office is making him age in CGI. Is Mr. Sensible's graphics aren't that great. This is a very transparent project, and just claiming it's fake isn't addressing the claim. And I'm going to ask you once more to actually address the claim instead of hand wave dismissing it. Why do we see the curve of the Earth at 34 kilometers?
Because it's a fisheye lens.
It is not a fisheye lens. That has been confirmed in the entire video. Why do we see that?
It's
yes, it has.
somebody's word versus mine.
That doesn't matter. Lots of people have verified this. You have to take the evidence as it is presented. The entire people involved in the Mage project, you can go and watch the entire series on Mr. Sensible's channel if you want to verify it for yourself. But just
okay,
Mitchell, what you're doing is hand wave dismissing it by saying, "Well, I didn't do it myself." That doesn't matter.
You're doing the same thing with refraction.
No, I'm not. Refraction has been verified and quantified.
I'm saying there's no evidence that it's not a fisheye lens.
Yes, there is.
You're saying to me, it is evidence, and I'm saying no, it's not to me.
Yeah, but you've got no reason it's not evidence.
With my own eyes,
you have got no evidence. You've got no reason, Mitchell. Hold on. You've got no reason why this is not evidence. I am telling you, it is not a fisheye lens. Take the evidence as it is presented.
Disagree, buddy.
What? No, you can't just say you disagree. It is not a fisheye lens. He confirms it in the videos to show it is not a fisheye lens. So you are not able to just hand wave dismiss it and go, it's a fisheye lens. It is not a fisheye lens.
Well, this is the thing here then, okay? I do not believe that's an accurate portrayal because even Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says it. So how about we move to the next point? Because it's a moot
what
point.
You're saying is you're not going. It's not a moot point. It's what? No. What you're going to do is run away from addressing the evidence. Is that right?
Okay. No. What I'm going to do is say that you have 500 debates. You should have all kinds of ammunition. Why are you so fixated on this one?
I've shown you a whole bunch of different evidence. This is just the one we're discussing right now.
Well, then how about you let me present my facts so that you can easily debunk my facts and facts.
Well, you said you have evidence, and then you wouldn't show it. So
I've got evidence of the antipode thing, which is why I want to get onto the antipodes.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about the antipodes. Let me just get you back up there. There we go. Oh, Michu Kaku. Right. So antipodes. What is your issue with antipodes?
So. Can you guys hear that?
Hear what?
It's not working. Anyways, so he's basically again just saying like, yeah, it's all fake. Don't even worry about it. So
no, he's not.
You've got for the antipode thing. If do you agree that if I'm looking at the moon, my antipode should not be allowed to look at the moon at the same time as me? Correct?
No, I do not agree with that.
Okay, how long do you think there could ever be an overlap of us both looking at the moon when we're literally on the opposite sides of the planet?
Quite a lot. The moon's really far away.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is...
Hold on, I'm going to get something as a demonstration here.
Oh, hey, why are you playing? Okay, right, sorry, what were you saying?
I'll be right back. I have to get something as a demonstration. I just need to get a ball.
Cool.
Now, we have here a ball. So I've got, here, I'm going to go to the big screen for this. Okay. Okay, anyways, I've got this ball here, right? Mm-hmm. So if this here is me in Victoria, the opposite side of the ball is my antipode, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you have the sun, apparently, that is 93 million miles away, right?
Correct. Yep, been measured. Yep.
Okay. Now, as this ball spins at 1,038 miles per hour...
Let me stop you there. You don't spin at 1,000 miles per hour. That's not a rotational velocity. How fast does the Earth spin?
It says that it goes at 1,038 miles per hour.
No. Let's the specific question. How fast does the Earth spin?
You tell me.
0.000694 RPM.
Okay, what does that work out to in miles per hour?
They're not the same thing. All right, it
Well,
works
you
out.
just said rotations per minute. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so in miles per hour, it works out at 0 at the North Pole.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the North Pole. I'm in Victoria. It's not at the North Pole.
So Victoria,
at the equator, what's the spin at the equator?
0.000694 RPM.
So where is it coming up with that? It spins at 1,038 miles per hour.
Nothing spins in miles per hour. You cannot spin in miles per hour. That is a linear velocity, not a rotational velocity. What you are talking about is at the equator, the linear velocity of the surface of the Earth is about 1,015 miles per hour. The rotational speed is 0.000694 RPM, or one revolution per day.
One full rotation a day in 24 hours. We have to have 40,000 kilometers get back to its starting point, right?
Yes. Yeah.
How fast is that?
0.000694 RPM. I don't know.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, if I'm standing there, okay, this is obviously somehow it's spinning, right? We agree on it's spinning?
Yeah, it's been measured. I showed you the video earlier of it being measured.
Okay, so now this thing's spinning, right?
Yeah. The Earth's spinning way slower than that, though. Could you spin that ball the same speed as the Earth for me?
I don't know. Can you produce any model at all that isn't computer generated where they actually show water curving around a ball like this? Anything at all?
Yeah, I've got a picture that was taken of it. It was
First
lovely.
guy. Oh, awesome. Play that one next, please. I want to see where water pools around a ball. I would love to see.
Wait, you want to see it? I could show you a picture of it right now.
Yeah, please. Yeah. And I hope
there we go.
It's not like a water. Yeah. That's like CGI, buddy. You know that's literally photoshopped, right? And I got
please. All right. What year was Photoshop created?
Huh?
What year was Photoshop created?
Wait, hold on. Do you think that the government and that military? You were in the military. What? We find out stuff the same way the military does, or 40 years advanced?
Okay, you're jumping all over the place here. You just said that this is Photoshop. Could you just tell me what year Photoshop was created?
I'm saying it's CGI created.
Okay, right. So, would you like to see some CGI from the same year as this particular image? No, that was available.
You really, buddy? I know you.
Here we go. Here's some CGI from the same year of that image.
Guy, I know you know. Don't try to act dumb about it, man.
I'm not. You're the one making claims here. You've just said it's right. Okay, so let's get down to the balls of this. Okay, you've just said that. Wait, hold on. You've just said that this is CGI. What are your qualifications to determine that this is CGI?
That I actually use my brain.
That's not a qualification. What is your specific qualifications and knowledge that would be able to determine that this is CGI? It's your claim again. Okay. I'm just talking about your claims. Hold on. Let me be clear. I am just talking about your claims here. Nothing else. Just your claims. Yeah. You just claimed that is CGI. So before we move on, I need you to substantiate that claim. So, what specific qualifications, knowledge, and experience do you have to determine the veracity of a CGI image?
34 years of looking at reality,
that's not a specific way to determine if something is CGI. So are you saying let me ask a question. Are you saying with your eyes you are able to determine what is and what isn't CGI? Is that your claim?
When it's that bad, yeah, absolutely. I know that's not CGI. So how about this?
Hold on. We're still dealing with. Stop, Mitchell. Hold on. We're dealing with your claim. We're dealing with your claim here, and we're not going to leave until your claim has been substantiated. You are saying that your 40 years of looking at reality gives you the ability to determine what is and isn't CGI. I would like you to take a test to determine how good you are at recognizing what is and isn't CGI. Is that okay?
What I'd love is for you to answer my initial question instead of giving me a cop-out, like something you already know.
No. We're just talking about your claims.
A real-world, everyday experiment I can do. Show me a real-world, everyday experiment NASA has done.
You're changing the topic. You're changing the topic. You're changing the topic.
No, right? That was the topic. I said, show me water pooling around a ball. You
I showed you it. Yeah.
From space.
There we go. That's what you asked for,
validate
right?
your claim. How can you validate that is a real picture?
Because there's millions of other pictures that validate it.
Millions of other pictures. You mean the ones like the guy made? You want me to show you a video of the guy talking about how he creates the Earth in Photoshop? How you have to use your imagination to create the Earth?
And do you know what Rob Simmons was on about?
Yeah. So you know the guy. So you've seen the video.
I've spoken to him, actually.
Yeah, so what does he say? You quote him, please.
Right. He says that this particular image is photoshopped because this one image that he's talking about. Listen, remember very specifically that he's talking about one image, and it wasn't the image that I just showed you. Right?
Not all images.
Right? No, because he very specifically says
his explanation of
you
why
asked me to answer, so please be quiet and let me answer. All right. Rob Simmons says that this image is photoshopped because it has to be. Why does that particular image have to be photoshopped? Simple. Because it was taken with a satellite that isn't far enough away from Earth to take a shot of the whole of the Earth in one go. The satellite was close to Earth and did a bunch of orbits getting close, high definition shots. Then he took all those shots and put them together. You could not have that image as a globe unless you did it in some kind of editing software. That does not mean that there are not lots and lots of images that show the entire globe. There's one taken from space every single 10 seconds.
Yeah, every single 10 seconds.
So now we are going to test your claim. Your claim, and again, this is your specific claim.
I'm to solve mine. I do not believe that is a real picture from space.
And
I don't buy it.
we're going to test that assumption. Right, we're going to test that assumption, right? Let me. No, they didn't go to space in that. We'll get to that. CGI. Right.
Well,
let me.
They said in the lunar rocket, right? Have you ever seen this footage of them having their little escape tunnel?
You are jumping all over the place. Let's stick to your claim of the CGI right now. Okay.
My claim, let's stick with Earth instead of showing Earth itself as your debunk.
Well, Earth is what it is.
Earth,
So,
within our confines of
you
our
are the
reality.
one. Right. You're not getting away from verifying your claim. You claimed that thanks to your 40 years of looking at reality, you can determine what is 34. You can determine what is and isn't CGI. So now we're going to test that as we play a little game called Fake or Photo. Are you ready? Here we go.
No, I'm not ready, buddy. What is this, a circus? Let's have an actual debate here.
Oh, no, I'm just asking you to verify your claim, that's all. What's wrong with that?
What I'm saying is, see how good CGI is? See how good CGI is? That's what that just proved to me.
Yeah, your claim was very specifically...
Well, what argument are you taking?
Your claim... Will you please stop? Will you stop? Okay? Your claim is that with your own eyes, you can determine what is and isn't reality. All right? You can say, this is CGI, but this isn't, right? So let's test.
If there ever was a straw man argument, this is it.
It's not a straw man. It's your claim. It's your direct claim. So we're testing your claim.
It's your claim that is real. So why don't you have to prove it?
The negatives exist in a museum. So I mean, I don't know what you want.
Well, then, hey man, there's dinosaur bones there too in the museum, but they're also made in Asia, and every single actual dinosaur fossils in the Smithsonian. So what are you gonna do, right?
Cool.
Okay.
So you asked for evidence, and just assuming people lie is not a debunk of evidence, right? So we are going to do this before we move on, because it's testing your claim. I can verify my claims, but right now we are going to test your claim. Okay, here we go.
You're going to verify your claim.
No, we're going to verify your claim right now, and then we can get to my claims.
You still haven't verified mine, buddy. I'm saying, show me in an actual dome, in a stadium. Show me some experiment.
That's a straw man.
Please. That's the straw man?
Yeah, because our model doesn't say that we should do that, right? So here we go. Here is the test.
How far away? Wait, hold on. How far away?
No more questions. No more questions until we have finished this. Okay. Right, so is this real? Is this CGI or is this a photo?
Okay, you want to know how I know that that's a fake photo?
No, I want you to answer the question. Is this CGI or is this photo?
Hours of people debunking that
Come on,
photo.
Try and focus. Try and focus. Is this CGI or is this a photo?
Body. Fine. CGI.
All right, CGI. All right, next one. Is this CGI or is this a photo?
It's an enhanced photo of a real bird.
So it's a photo.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this CGI or is this a photo?
Photo.
Is this CGI or is this a photo?
Photo.
Is this CGI or is this a photo?
Dude, I'm assuming it's all CGI.
Well, let's finish the test. Let's finish the test.
Buddy.
Is this CGI or is this a photo?
Photo.
Okay. Is this CGI
Photo.
or is this a photo?
Photo.
What about this one? Oh, look at the kitty
Photo.
cat.
Photo.
You realise that you're kind of losing by not playing along, right?
Photo.
All right.
Photo.
You're saying
Clearly
that.
it's a photo.
All right. Is this
It's
a
obvious.
photo or is
Yeah,
this
it's
CGI?
Photo. It's a photo, 100%.
Okay. Is this a photo? Oh wait, that's a loading screen, so you can't.
I don't know why you insist on playing this game. Like, shouldn't you
Because
actually try
I'm
to
testing
prove
I'm
something?
testing your claim. That's all. You
What
claimed
I'm
you're able to
saying
determine what is and
if
isn't
it's
CGI with your own
that
eyes.
razor thin, don't present that as the evidence. If
Right,
it's that razor thin, don't make that your
Is
evidence.
this? It's not
Show
razor
me
thin.
something in the real world. How about
Answer the
that?
question. Is this the photo or is this
Dude,
CGI?
No, you're the guy with all the
Is this a
you're the guy
photo
with the
or is
physics
this?
degree,
Answer the
man.
question.
Show me a real world
Answer
example.
the question.
Please,
Is
I'd
this
love to
a
see it.
photo or is this CGI?
That's a photo, of course.
All right. Now, is this a photo or is this
Obviously
CGI?
a photo.
And what about this
there.
one?
Yeah, that's a photo too, man. I've been to that location.
What about this?
That's a photo. That guy, he's a good guy.
All right. Let's have a look at your answers. See how you did.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, 58%. That's pretty decent.
58%.
Okay, now
58%.
Now,
So
you proved
is
it, buddy. I cannot tell exactly. I cannot
Right,
tell the
so-
difference between CGI and real life. So maybe
There
don't
we go.
present that as evidence. Let's show something that is easily proven, so that it's an actual experiment that's ever been conducted on this planet, in this planet of Earth, that you say we live on this ball.
Okay,
Please show me
and what
validated
specific
scientific
experiment would
with
you like?
water around a ball, please.
That's a straw man. That's not supposed to happen.
Dude, what do you mean that's a straw man?
Well,
Show me
no
one.
one says on Earth that water would be able to extend to a ball. That is a straw man.
Exactly,
Because
it's
that's not our
impossible.
model. No, it's not.
It's impossible.
Well, it's impossible to happen on Earth because there's already a ball that water's sticking to. It's called Earth.
Okay.
So if you're
so
on
that-
Earth, listen,
Yeah.
if you are on Earth, anywhere on Earth that you do that experiment won't work because the water will go to the thing with the more mass and the more gravitational force. What has more gravitational force? A ball in a lab or the Earth?
Well, there's no such thing as gravity. So I'm going to
Incorrect.
say you
Incorrect.
take your pick.
Incorrect. I asked.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect.
What has more mass? A ball in a
What
lab
has more
or the
mass?
Earth? Yes.
Earth.
Right. So according to the heliocentric model, the water would
Yeah.
not be able to stick to a ball on Earth. It would only ever go to Earth. So saying that I can't show you an experiment of water sticking to a ball in a laboratory or a stadium is a straw man because that is impossible.
I agree, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
Our
It
model
has-
says that it
So
can't
where-
happen.
at what
So
point
you
does the
are
gravity
asking for a
stop?
straw man.
Okay, so at what point does the gravity stop? The gravity of Earth.
Gravity never stops.
Gravity never stops. It's just out there in the universe, correct?
Everything with mass has a gravitational acceleration.
Okay, so
Everything
explain
with
this
mass.
to me then. We are in the gravitational field of the sun, correct?
Yes.
It's 93 million miles away, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And the moon orbits around Earth at 238,000 kilometers away from us, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Why doesn't the moon go into the sun's orbit?
Because the moon is part of the gravitational well of the Earth-Moon system, which is the thing that is
How?
orbiting the sun.
How?
Because
How
of,
would the mass
because of gravity.
of the sun
well, gravity
not
is also
attack the
determined.
moon?
It does. It absolutely does. But the gravity is determined on two things: mass and distance.
By the
Okay.
way, here's your pictures. They're coming up right here. Look at how variation. That's how I know it's CGI. And the contours are different
You're
sizes.
funny. You're funny. Look at this
All
picture.
right, hey, this is your stuff, man.
No.
But,
Look,
yeah,
look at. Wait.
please explain
Hold
to
on.
me-
Hold on. No, we're gonna quickly address that before we move on. Is
I
this?
noticed you switched my screen out pretty quick.
because I'm showing exactly the same thing here. Is this the same globe or is this two different globes?
Well, talk about a straw man. I don't even believe it's a globe. You have to get there first.
No. The
Explain
picture
how it's a
the
globe.
picture I am showing you. Is this a picture of the same globe or is this two pictures of two different globes?
I'm assuming it's just the opposite side.
No, it's exactly. Africa isn't on two different sides.
I'm looking at both sides, I'm assuming.
No, you're looking at the same side there.
Oh, you're just seeing it zoomed in. Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
how come we can't see the bottom of Africa in that one on the left? Where'd it go?
I'm more talking about the colors. I'm more talking about the colors of the Earth.
All right.
By
What do you think would happen if I had a particular filter on one of those? Would the color look different? Were those two pictures that you showed from exactly the same satellite with the same imaging sensors?
Of course.
They were. Those two pictures that you showed were from exactly the same satellite with exactly the same imaging sensors. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's from the same satellites, plural, because there's no individual picture taken. They have to build the picture. So they could make that picture flat if they felt like it. They could
No,
make that
that's not
picture
how it
literally
works.
any shape.
No. Your claim is that the colors are different, therefore it's bad.
Spheroid, so why is it a sphere?
It's not. It's an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, so why is every picture a total sphere?
Right. Let me
I thought
show
it's
you.
pear-shaped now.
Let me show you the globe that I created in the background here. Where is it? So does this look like a perfect sphere to you? Does it look nice and round?
That there?
Yeah.
Well, from this vantage point,
Yeah.
I'm missing the top and bottom of the thing.
I can zoom out a bit. No worries. One sec. Where is it? Sorry, give me 1 second. Alright, so if we zoom back out so you can see the whole thing.
I think I know your strategy now, man. The fact of the matter is you have less evidence but are a better debater. Because
I've presented plenty of evidence so far, which you haven't debunked any
you
of.
still haven't presented that water evidence. I'll tell you, in the third body.
Oh, wait, no,
problem,
I actually can show you water sticking to a ball if you want. But again, asking for that evidence is a straw man, so it doesn't matter. Right, so looking at this here, does that like a perfect sphere to you?
I don't know, man. It's a straw man.
No, it's not. I'm asking you a question.
Straw man. It's a straw man.
How is it a straw man?
It's because you made that. It's CGI, buddy. It's a straw man.
Well, yeah, that's definitely CGI. But but the question is that CGI?
How were you able to tell the
Wait.
In a moon mission.
Wait.
Yeah.
Does this CGI globe appear to be a perfect sphere?
Yeah, it appears to be a perfect sphere, man.
Well, it's not. It's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, nice.
It's slightly wider. It's slightly wider at the bottom than it is at the top. The same as Earth. It's exactly the same thing.
Fantastic, man. At what point do rocket ships go up and then hit outer space where now they just float off?
That
point?
never happens.
I agree, it never happens. But where does all this like motionless and just once it gets out into space, once it gets out, like what about the Van Allen radiation belt that they apparently can't get?
Oh wait, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Wow, it's really hard to keep up with the misunderstandings here. So, why do people float when they're in rockets? Well, they only float when they're in free fall. They don't float. They don't.
You see this rocket that they went with, yeah?
Can I finish what I'm saying? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. So they don't just float. They don't just get to a point and start, ooh, I'm in space, I'm floating. No. You only float when you have stopped your upward acceleration. And everything that is orbiting the Earth is in free fall towards the Earth, which means that you will float because it cancels out the downward acceleration because you're in free fall. You don't just start floating. You only float when you are in free fall or you have stopped an accelerating state. So once again, you bring up a straw man.
For so long?
Because it is in free fall around the Earth. And I can absolutely 100% prove that the ISS is real.
Really? So where's the footage of them building it?
There's quite a lot of footage of them building it, actually.
Is there?
Yeah,
Show that.
there's footage of the launches taking the stuff up there. There's footage of
The launch is
plate.
taking stuff up there. No, I mean the actual assembly of the ISS in space.
Yeah, that happened
when
in
they
space.
wanted to get
Yeah,
that.
I mean, wait, Mitchell, this is
Yeah.
amazing. If you stop interrupting and listen to my explanation, then maybe you wouldn't have to ask the same question multiple times. Okay? There is videos of them assembling the ISS in space, of the modules being connected, of the modules being delivered. These videos do exist. So there is that. But I can 100% prove that the ISS is a real thing at the altitude that is said, going at the speed that is said. I have proof that that is a thing.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. What's that speed, by the way? So that
about 17,000 miles per hour.
17,500 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That's pretty fast.
Not really, considering the size of the Earth and stuff. No.
Okay.
Speed's completely relative.
Yeah, but that's
Right,
must be pretty relative.
let me ask you a question. What would be the speed of sound in space?
I don't believe.
No. Whether you believe in it or not, based on the what we say space is, what would be the speed of sound in space?
I don't know, less than the speed of light.
Well, yeah, you can't go faster than the speed of light, but just any guess. What would be the speed of sound in space?
Body. Like
It's if you don't know, you can just say I don't know. That helps move the conversation
I clearly
forward.
don't know. Why would I know that? I don't believe in space. Why would I investigate space? It makes no sense.
Well, if you want to understand what you're trying to debunk, then you should. Yeah.
Where you
So,
leave Earth's orbit. I don't believe that.
Yeah, cool. So if you want to try and debunk something, you should probably understand it. So the
You
speed
as
of
well,
sound.
though. Why doesn't
the
the
speed
moon
of
get
sound
sucked into the sun's gravity? Why? Explain that.
Because the
Explain it to a
gravitational.
layman.
Because
I
the
don't understand that. I need to know.
If you
That's
stop,
what I want to know.
Yeah, if you stop talking, I will explain it to you.
Please then, please.
Lovely.
Stop going to other stuff.
Right.
Answer.
The answer to your question
body
is
problem. It's called.
the answer to your no. That's not the third body problem. The answer to your
Yeah,
question
body
is
problem. You add one more gravitational field.
the third body
and
problem has been
smaller
solved
it goes
multiple
out
times. The third body problem has been solved multiple times. That's a complete idiot. Yeah, it actually has. I've read many papers on it being solved. So,
why does the Georgia Guidestones have Polaris?
Do you want me to answer one question, or are you going to keep jumping around?
The sun's gravitational
All right,
force, please.
So try and shut your mouth and listen to an answer, okay?
Body.
That would be the great way forward.
Force. Let's hear it.
Yeah, lovely. So the answer to your question is Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared. I know you don't understand that, so let me explain.
Yeah, so then why would you see it? Break it down for somebody.
I'm really sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours there. I'm so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours there. I am terribly sorry. I must give you my sincere apologies for interrupting the start of your sentence with the middle of mine. That was so rude of me. Do you accept my apologies? Do you accept my apology?
In the heart, buddy. Absolutely.
Oh, cool. Oh, thank you. That's great. Right.
Let's hear it, man.
As I was saying, the answer to your question is Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared. Now, I know that you don't know what that equation means, so I'm going to explain it. That equation explains what gravitational force you would have. And that equation has two components. The mass of two objects, m1 and m2, and the distance between them. Gravity is the gravitational acceleration is inversely proportional to the distance between the centers of the object. The further the objects away are from each other, the less gravitational attraction they will have towards each other. The smaller the mass of the objects, also the less gravitational force they will have. The Sun is much more massive than the Earth. However, it is also way further away. Therefore, the gravitational force that the Earth is exerting on the Moon is stronger than the gravitational force that the Sun is exerting on the Moon. However, the Earth and Moon can be classed as one gravitational system because they together make a well in space-time that itself orbits the Sun because the gravitational well of the Earth and Moon is in freefall towards the Sun. That is why the Moon itself does not go towards the Sun instead of the Earth, because the distances mean that the gravitational acceleration of the Earth is stronger than the gravitational acceleration of the Sun acting on the Moon. Does that explain it for you?
That sounds like a bunch of math that's never been actually proven since it's
Incorrect.
literally
It has been
impossible
absolutely
to prove
verified by many experiments.
by many experiments.
Yes.
How do you verify that? Because
You can
can't
do it
even
with an
produce
experiment.
water around a ball.
I can
on this
produce water
planet.
around.
Yeah, you're able to calculate the gravitational force of the sun 93 million miles away.
Yes, we know the mass
can't
of the sun,
produce
so
water curving around a ball.
straw man.
No, yours is the straw man.
I don't
Yours
think
is
you
the
know.
straw
I
man.
don't think you know what straw man means. Wow, that's interesting.
What I'm saying is, yours is giving a bunch of mathematical equations, and there's a reason why Tesla said, you guys give mathematical equations until you get so far away from reality, which is exactly how you end up in your position.
So,
of
here's the
believing
thing.
that something 93
Here's the
million
thing.
miles away.
Here is the thing. The law of gravity, which is what I said, the Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared, is an observation. It's not just a mathematical...
He was a Freemason, by the way.
Who cares? You know, you see, have you seen all the flat earthers do this? Have you seen all the flat earthers do this? Have you seen all the flat earthers do that? Yeah?
I don't know.
All the flat earthers do that. That's a Freemason symbol. Why do the flat earthers make a Freemason symbol?
I don't know, and that's definitely weird.
Weird, yeah. Anyway, so we're not going to talk about irrelevant bullshit like Freemasons, okay?
Well, the Freemasons is a huge part of it, obviously.
It's really irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, completely and utterly irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Well, it is if you have all the same people from the same side that are Freemasons, and they all want to get a doctrine apart.
I mean, it's amazing that I'm trying to explain. So, the law of gravitational attraction, Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared, is not just an equation. It is an observation in nature. That's what that is. That is a mathematical description of everything that happens in nature. That's all that is. Right? It's not just a random equation. It is something that someone figured out based on the observations of nature. And it is something that's been verified over and over and over by experimentation that follows scientific method.
How are you experimenting gravitational forces on Earth that has its own gravitational field?
Because everything has gravity. As a physics, brilliant. Well, once again, if you want to let me explain, that would be fantastic. So, as a person that has a degree in physics, I can tell you that every single physics student experiments on gravity in like their first semester with a thing called the Cavendish experiment, which was set up to actually weigh the world, but can be purposed to actually determine the universal gravitational constant and confirm the law of gravity Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared. Very, very simply, because everything that has mass has a gravitational acceleration. The Cavendish experiment is set up to nullify the acceleration of Earth, because the entire experiment has the gravitational acceleration of Earth acting on it equally in a downwards fashion. And what the experiment does is it measures gravity in a horizontal component instead of a vertical component which Earth has an influence on. The entire experiment is being pulled downwards by gravity. So by looking at something in a horizontal fashion, you can see if there is actual gravitational acceleration there. So what happens is they hang a torsion bar from a very thin wire. Modern ones tend to use a bit of fission wire or some very thin, like guitar string or something. They hang a torsion bar on that, and that torsion bar has two small weights on either end. All right, so it balances. Hanging down in the middle, a bar on each end of these bar, there is a weight. And what they do is they introduce other weights that are bigger, that aren't attached to this torsion bar, and they move them closer to those weights to see if those weights will cause a torque on the string, showing that there is a gravitational attraction between the weights on the end of the torsion bar to the larger weights that are introduced to it. And what happens when you do the Cavendish experiment, because people in this community have built their own, including BM Furball and Blue Marble Science, what happens is when you do the Cavendish experiment, you find out that there is a gravitational attraction to everything. And it matches the law of gravity, Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared. And that verifies everything that we say about gravity, because if we can predict that there should be a particular torque on that torsion bar, on the wire that's holding the torsion bar, and we can then match that prediction with experimentation, we have confirmed that there is a gravitational acceleration between all masses. Does that help you?
No, that doesn't say anything for something 93 million miles away. That's a lot of extrapolation, in my opinion.
No, that's called the experiments. What that experiment does is confirm.
So then why
that
haven't you guys conducted the experiment yet? You've got all this mastery of gravity.
I've
yet
done
you
that.
Cannot make water go around a sphere.
Did you not listen? I've done that experiment. Every single person in the world
water around the sphere experiment.
Okay, get me another mass the size of Earth and move me far enough away from Earth that it won't be affected by that gravity.
What, you can't make it a smaller scale just to prove your point?
No, because the gravitational force of this.
You can go as big as you want.
No, because that goes against what we're saying. And again, you are putting forward a straw man. Our model says once again, you talked when I was talking. Our model says that on Earth, you cannot take something and stick water to it, because that water will be attracted to the Earth more than that thing. Okay?
Yeah, but
by asking for me to give you an experiment on Earth of water sticking to a ball is a straw man.
Okay, what I'm saying is, why can't you create some sort of vacuum chamber then?
Because vacuums don't get rid of gravity.
Okay, exactly. And even in the vacuum of space, where you said there's still gravity in space, didn't you?
There's gravity everywhere, yes. The people on the ISS have about 88% of the gravitational acceleration that we do.
Yeah, so there's gravity in space, and we just, break through there. Like, because I notice, because I always hear it referred to as the vacuum of space. We break through there,
Jesus Christ.
Well, I always hear a vacuum of space.
Yeah, well, vacuum is a colloquial term.
Is it vacuum or is it gravity?
You can have gravity when there's still a vacuum. Those two things aren't
okay, so then why can't you produce that within a small-scale experiment?
Because it would still be on the gravity of... Wait, let me ask. Do you think that having a vacuum nullifies gravity?
No, I think gravity begins nullified. I don't believe gravity is real.
I don't care what you believe. The experiment I explained demonstrates that it is real.
I think we have magnetation. It's magnetic.
Yeah, cool. Magnets don't work on wood. Sorry.
Magnets don't work on what?
Wood.
I agree. That's
Lead.
why we have. That's why we have magnets. Okay.
So this experiment works whatever material you use. Doesn't matter what material you use. You get the same results. Magnets have a different force depending, the magnetic attraction of something has a different force depending on the material. So no, it cannot be magnets. Yeah. That does not match observations and reality and experimentation. No.
I'm not talking about, okay, you're obviously missing my point. What I'm saying is this.
I don't think you're making
the actual North Pole is the positive polarity. The South Pole, just like this picture shows, is the negative polarity.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
It creates a magnetic field above our heads. You guys call it the Van Allen radiation belt.
Really, no, we don't.
It's a magnetic field. We have never been outside of that field.
Incorrect.
That's why Polaris is dead center.
Dude, that's all wrong.
The stars circle every single night with star trails.
Everything you're saying is wrong.
Actually living in. That's what you guys call gravity. Is magnetic.
Like literally everything you just said there was wrong. Absolutely everything you said there was wrong.
I
don't think you have any clue. I don't think you have any clue what the Van Allen radiation belts are. I don't think you have any clue how magnets work.
I don't think you have any clue. Twice back in the 60s.
I'll tell you what. Actually, I might get in trouble from this from NASA. All right, but right.
You probably on a first name basis with them.
That's top secret.
But clearly a show for them. So
I might get in trouble for this. I don't know. Wait, right, but here we go. Right, what I'm going to do is I've got some material with me, that is capable of blocking the majority of the radiation from the Van Allen belts. Should I do
it's
this?
Paper, right? Yeah, I seen your little party trick, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
how about this? Look at how these tides are being produced right now.
So,
look at how these tides are being produced right now.
Yeah, okay,
I've seen your paper trick. I have seen your paper trick.
Okay, so
I called it before you even said it.
If this is capable of blocking the majority of the radiation from the Van Allen radiation belts, what is your problem?
What I'm saying is it's the own NASA scientists that actually work with NASA that say that that's why they can't go back to the moon, because they lost all the technology. 14,000
again,
reels
that's all wrong.
of data.
No, all that is...
Did NASA lose 14,000 reels of data?
No, they didn't.
Yes or no?
No.
They did it.
No, that's completely wrong.
I can quote you on that. I'm going to take
Yes,
this
no,
clip.
you can quote me on that because I
it.
can tell you exactly what happened. They did not
Okay,
lose
what happened?
14,000 reels of data. I don't know where that number came from.
Okay,
What was
what
gone?
happened? What happened to all of the
Would you like me to tell you, or are you going to keep flapping your
please.
gums?
Yes,
Lovely.
please.
Well, how about you be quiet for 2 minutes and let me explain. What happened...
Yeah, go ahead, Father.
Oh, great, you spoke again, no worries. So what happened was some of the tapes were reused because that was standard process at the time. However,
I know, $65 million a day.
Amazing that you didn't be able to keep your mouth shut for 2 minutes and listen to my response.
Think about the hypocrisy of that statement. NASA couldn't get new
do you
tapes?
want
Come on.
do you want me to answer the question, or are you going to keep talking?
The biggest achievement.
Do you want me to
They
answer the
record over
question,
tapes?
or are you going
Come
to
on.
keep talking? Which one? Which do you want? Do you want me to answer the
I want
question?
to hear your thing, but then I get to
Lovely.
rebut it then.
All right, so all the data was backed up. Every single bit of the data was backed up. The only thing that was reused was the original data tapes, because that was standard procedure at the time, because there didn't exist that many. So they reused some of the original data tapes after stuff was backed up. Every single bit of data exists in some form. None of it was lost. The number of 14,000 reels is complete fabrication. Every single bit of data that NASA had is currently available. What happened was in the either in late 90s or early 2000s.
Can you please pan up both of our screens?
Amazing! You interrupted me again. That's fantastic. So what happened was
let people see me too.
I've had it on you for a long time, but if you insist, that's fine.
Please, thank you.
So what happened was in the I think early 2000s or late 90s, they were looking for the original data tapes and they couldn't find them. So when they looked in their records, they found that the original data tapes had been reused because that was standard procedure at the time. But all of the data, every single bit of the data is available. Nothing was lost, and the number of 14,000 is a complete and utter fabrication.
So why did the guy say that he would go back in a nanosecond, but sadly they lost all of the data and they don't have the technology to get back?
He didn't say that. He didn't say they lost all of the data.
Want me to show you the video of it?
What he said was that they have destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to recreate it.
There you go.
So
You're telling me the biggest scientific achievement of our lifetimes, and they're going to destroy the technology?
The NASA...
Fine. If you want to believe that, go ahead.
The government, that run NASA, said that they weren't going back to the moon, and the technology was not reusable. So the majority of the technology
the data wouldn't be reusable.
Amazing that you keep interrupting when I'm talking. It's amazing that you don't know how to shut the fuck up and have a conversation.
Hey man, you're the only one cursing.
Yeah, I'm allowed to curse. It's my channel. But I'm not the one that's acting like a petulant child and constantly interrupting. Okay?
Hey, buddy, I'm just saying. Fine.
You're
how
saying.
About this? Let's go back to.
How about you let me?
Your point and I get to make my point uninterrupted. How about that? 2 minutes each.
What happened was that they put a lot of the technology in museums, and they probably scrapped a lot of it. And it's a painful process to recreate it because they didn't have the tools and the processing stuff that they used to create it back then. Simple as that. So.
Okay, so
let's get back to the point that you brought up and then jumped away from originally, which was the antipodes, right? Why can somebody in one position on the Earth, either side, see the moon? Well, that's simple, because space is 3D and the moon is quite far away. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you?
Yes, please.
Cool. So let me bring up my screen.
Well, with an actual object, so that's easy for people to see, would be the best.
Yeah, I don't have the space to do it with actual objects. I don't have the distance available with that. So I'm going to do it in a computer program for you to show you how it is actually possible.
Perfect.
Where is my desktop capture? Right here. Let's bring up my After Effects. This is my VFX editing software, After Effects, and I've created a solid here, and I'm going to add to that solid my 3D rendering software, Element 3D. And then I'm going to, once it loads, I'm going to go into Scene Setup. Maybe a bit slow because it's taken a lot of processing power for the streaming software and this to work, so give me a second.
I notice everything's always computer animation with you guys. Never
Well,
real
that's
world.
because I don't have the space in my front room to demonstrate the distances between the Earth and the Moon because it is very, very far.
Well, I don't have a Pegasus here, but maybe I should tell you about its diet and wingspan.
Yeah, Pegasuses aren't real, so that's cool.
Exactly. Either is what you're talking about.
Well, stuff that's actually been verified, so it's fine.
Well, what's verified? You know that the P900 can take close-ups of stars now, and it's clearly not a big ball of gas trillions of miles away, right?
Yeah, so people don't know how to use a P900 does not prove
Well,
anything.
they know how to use it well enough to see a star up pretty freaking close.
Yeah, and what they do is they have it out of focus. I've actually seen the P900 look at stars that look exactly the same as when we're showed them. Right, okay, let me get my 3D rendering engine over here so we can see it. Oh, come on, it's being so slow.
You know the P900 is a lot better than what Galileo used.
Yeah, but when people don't know how to
So
focus
I wonder
them,
why
it's
they
not
went
really...
with his with no questions.
Because P900s didn't exist back then. It's not
Yeah,
really
exactly. So how the heck was he able to figure that out with that little telescope?
Because he knew how to use it.
Oh,
come on.
well, he's a genius, man.
Sorry, this is being really slow because it's taking a lot of processing power.
Yeah, how about while you're doing that and getting that all prepped up, I just show the audience my globe model.
Oh, you don't
Because
have
I
a
have it
globe
right
model.
in front of me. It's super easy.
All right,
And I'll show them what I mean by the antipode and why it's literally impossible.
I'm going to show why it's completely possible. Right, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a sphere. All right, so here we've got Earth, all right? So this is Earth over here. Zoom out a bit.
Yeah.
All right. Move it up a bit, move it back, right? So this is Earth, okay? And then we're going to create another sphere. All right, and we're going to make this one a little bit smaller.
1/4 the size, right?
Yeah, we're going to make it 1/4 the size, so about that. All right, let's move this over here in 3D space and up a bit. And let's look at the correct distances between them. So, I mean, what about that? Maybe a bit more.
280,000 miles
Yeah.
or whatever.
So let's just say that as a rough guess, right? I think it's even more than that, but like,
Yeah.
let's just say that as a rough guess as the distances between the Earth and the Moon, right?
Yeah.
And your issue is that when you're on the Earth,
Facing it.
right? So, like, so we're looking at the top here, right? So let's say you're
Well,
on
that's
the
what I
top.
mean, Victoria. Where would Victoria be on that map, do you think?
Let's say Victoria is about
Vancouver
is about here, right? Let's say that this is Victoria, right about here, okay? Back a bit. All right, so we're on Victoria, right about here, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and you can see the moon. So let's get it in the sky
Yeah,
from
yeah.
that point of view.
Yep.
All right. Now, what would be the antipode to that? So if we're up here for Victoria, the antipode for that's going to be down here, right?
Yeah, just whatever the reverse side is, yeah.
Right, so let's move that over a little bit and go
Not
down.
over on the corner, that's stretching. It would be directly behind my line of view.
Right, I think what the best thing to do is to put some markings on it.
It would
so
be
that we can
directly
see it.
behind my line of view if it's my antipode. It would have to be staring through the Earth to see what I see in my sky.
Well, no, it wouldn't. Antipode just means directly the opposite side. So
Exactly.
we've got, which means that, right, so let's look at it from this side, okay? We've got the moon over here, right? But if you're there at the top and there at the bottom, that's the antipode, right?
They're not at the bottom. I'm not at the North Pole.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
right.
down.
But it doesn't matter. Let's just say the North Pole.
Actually, you might
right,
know this. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I don't know this. What would be my latitude on the planet, on a sphere, from Vancouver, BC?
I don't know, like probably roughly 45 degrees, I think. based on my...
Okay, so 45 degrees, so you'd
Right,
have to go
but-
45 or 65 degrees the other way or whatever. 55 degrees the other way.
Let me put a bit of texture on it so that it's a bit better.
Yeah, and I'm doing this at sea level, by the way, if that makes a difference. I go to the ocean to do it. And to Mr. I, whatever, the reason why it appears inverted is the same reason why when I take a picture of my moon during the day, which I usually see it, I'll be seeing it around the May 5th or whatever. If you want to look at the video, come check with my site here. I'm going to be posting them. But I see on May 5th, I'll be able to see it. The moon during the day, I take a picture, and it has rotated as it swiveled around me. And it's the same effect as if you took a banana, stuck it to your ceiling, and then went and viewed it from each corner. As the moon comes and approaches me, circles overhead, and then it goes off into the distance, it changes the angle. And
Yeah,
that's
but it's
why
always
I
the
see
same angle
moon
from when you
at
see it,
50
so
degrees.
that doesn't make sense.
Pardon?
It's always the same
No, it
angle when
totally
you see
makes
it.
sense,
so
and I
that-
actually can explain it very well, but
you
for the purposes of this,
I
let's
mean,
do your demonstration.
everything you just said was wrong. Everything you just said was wrong.
Oh, yeah, it's all wrong, but I actually have evidence of it, and I will post
You-
that, because I already have that evidence. That's easy to do.
Oh, come on. It is struggling to run both my 3D... Okay, we're going to have to leave it as it is, right. But, you know, the Earth is tilted, as we know. And you were wrong at the numbers. It's not 24 point... it's not 26.4. That's wrong.
No, I said 24 point, or
24.
23.6. If
It's-
we're ever to
it-
get 23.4.
And again, that's wrong. That's not true. The average tilt of the Earth is 23.5. So you don't get 6.
Oh, man, I know. I said 23.4. My bad.
Yeah, but the average tilt of the Earth is 23.5. So, right.
Yeah, I know. So I was off by a point, and I don't do this
Yeah.
for a living.
So,
I have
wait.
a real job.
Now,
No, I'm not saying this. Actually, no,
No,
I
well,
take
what
that back.
I'm- no, my point is
it's awesome
that-
you were able to build this.
antipode means opposite sides, right? And
Yes,
whichever,
we're exact opposite.
whenever you are on opposite sides, so if you're over here and you're down here, which is the opposite of it, you're still going to be able to see the moon, which is all the way
No,
over there.
you will not.
What? How would you not?
You're misrepresenting it.
I'm not, though.
You, from that side angle, okay, you have
How-
a sphere. You have to look around a ball.
You
I
don't have
an
to
actual
look around
ball here
anything.
if you'd like.
The antipodes are still going to
You
be
have
both be able to see it, because anywhere on this side
Dude, you're
and
talking in
round
circles.
there, I'm not
You're
talking.
wrong.
I'm showing
You're
you.
wrong.
I'm literally showing you that antipodes
Yeah.
can see, you know, whichever side you are. If you're down
Fine,
here,
draw a dot on it, please.
you're down there, but you can see the moon, right? And then let's go
No,
to
no, no.
the
I
other
see
side.
it in my sky directly. I start seeing it at
Look, it's
the
there.
last
Now
time
I
I
can
did
see it in
it,
the same
a
place.
video. I saw it at 11:30 p.m. when my antipode was able to see it, and I was able to see that moon from 11:30 a.m. all the way until like 6 that morning.
And what
So, like,
evidence do you have that that shouldn't be available? Can I see it
What I'm
mapped out,
saying
please?
is-
Can I see
what I'm-
what you are saying mapped out so that you can determine it's impossible? Because
Yeah, can I draw it right now
whichever
with my own
antipode
hand?
you choose, when one of them can see the moon, the other can see the moon. Because Earth and the moon exist in 3D space. Anywhere.
What are you talking
There is
about?
antipodes
That's the
on this
exact opposite
are
of what
going-
it, so you're telling me that all antipodes, so what, everyone can see the moon all the time?
If you are
Like, what's
at
your
one
logic
point,
here?
I'm saying that if you're at one point, and the opposite point of the Earth will be able to see it, there will be points where you can't because of the position of the
Yeah,
Earth. And where-
points.
Right?
What about overlapping like 7 hours? Why is that happening?
because
7
space
hours?
is 3D. I'm showing you that space is 3D, and from so many points on this globe, you'll be able to see what's there.
Not at the same time, you won't.
Can I create a straight line? Right, let me get a square on here, and give me one sec. Come on. Sorry, give me a sec.
Yeah. Can I, just while you're doing this, buddy, can you please just let me show with my demonstration? You've had the screen on you forever. Can you please just let me do it? Like, are you here to to
you
shove
haven't.
everything in my face? Or
I'm
to
here
let
to
me
give
have
you
an
evidence, and it's
Yeah,
not about
I do.
opinions.
I'll just show you on this ball right here. It'll be a practical example. Every single
Yeah,
person
but
will be able to see.
I'm gonna want you to verify what you say. If you say that at
I'll
one
play the
particular
video after. I'll post the video after. I have no issue with that at all. And you can go back. You can go back in time, and you can easily see it.
Let me.
I went live so that it can't be deproved.
Will you let me speak? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Good.
100%, buddy.
Fuck's sake. So
You know I love you.
if you claim that at one position on the moon the antipode can see it, I'm gonna want to see evidence that at specific time and date your antipode could also see it. And I also want to see evidence. I also want to see evidence that that would be impossible on the globe Earth.
Yeah, no problem. Well, that's just common sense, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, hey, I'm out. Listen, I know I'll never convince you.
Well, you haven't presented any evidence the Earth is flat so far. All you've done is present misunderstandings about reality
I agree.
and not understanding how gravity works. I mean,
I'm trying to pique people's
your misunderstanding of science
so that they
is
look
not.
further.
Let me just be
I'll
clear.
give them the trail to look down.
Let me be clear. Your misunderstanding of science is not evidence against it. Okay?
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Okay, so now I've got this ball, okay, right here at the top, okay? Say this is me, and it's at, you said like 45 degrees, so say it's like right here. Completely on the reverse opposite side from this line is here, okay? That's the other side, okay? Total opposite. Now, I see from right here, this finger, sorry, wrong side. I see from this finger here, the moon. And my antipode directly behind me is also seeing it for hours.
What do you mean directly behind you? Can you show me
fine. So this is the thing, and this is why.
Let me
was only for like 20 minutes.
Let me ask something. Let me ask.
Yeah,
can you position that in in relation to the sun? Sorry, where the moon is for me. So how you're just saying that look here and here, but can you also show me where the moon would be at this time? Yeah.
So the moon. Okay. Pretend my head is the moon, okay? I don't have a 3D rendering software in front of me. So pretend my head is the moon, and it's orbiting around this thing, okay?
I mean, it's a lot further away, so...
Yeah, it's a lot further away. The distance is all, you can put out as far as you want, guys. I encourage everyone to do this exact thing at their house to try to figure it out themselves.
Oh, I can assure you that everyone in the audience is going to laugh a lot when they do this, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so you take the ball and you put any object out that distance. Now, with the rotation of the Earth, as they go within a line, I'll give you if maybe somehow it lines up where you guys are both sideways viewing that moon for a second.
Oh, there you go. Lovely. No worries then. We're done.
Okay, but hours.
Right, and you've got evidence. Hours. Right, and you've got evidence that both you and Antipode could see the moon for hours at the time, and that should be impossible on the globe Earth.
Well, tell me, should it be possible?
Yeah, because space is 3D.
So because space is 3D, I can see through Earth.
No, you can't see through Earth. You can see the moon in the sky, which is really far away from Earth.
Yeah, it's really far away from Earth.
I
can get sucked into the sun's orbit, by the way.
If both of you can see the moon, then it's because it's really far away. It's as simple as that. Right?
So because something's really far away, we can both see it.
Yeah, because space is 3D and you are looking...
opposite side of the planet.
And both sides of the planet will be looking in... Both sides of the planet will be looking into the sky to see the moon. Not through the planet.
Okay, buddy. Listen, if I am right here... Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson said the guy doing the space jump was 110,000 or whatever feet up in the air.
You love Neil deGrasse Tyson, don't you?
It would be the equivalent of 2 millimeters from the Earth. Now, you take me here. I am painted to this ball. How do I curve to see around at the moon at the opposite side of this ball if the other person on the other side of the world is also seeing it?
Where's the moon in relation to those 2 points right now?
Put it anywhere you want. It's impossible for us to both view it for hours at a time.
No, it's not. No, all right,
How
okay.
is it not impossible?
All right, show me. Right, all right. Listen.
Yeah.
Right. So those two positions on either side of that ball, right?
Yeah.
Where is the moon in relation to those both when you can see it according to the globe model?
The moon, it's over my head. I'm looking at the moon directly above me.
Uh-huh.
Directly above me.
Yeah. So
It's
directly.
not off to the side. I'm not,
So
like,
directly
this is also not just the light.
listen. So directly away from the surface of the
Yeah.
Earth, right? Cool.
Yeah.
Right. So
Above my head.
so do me a favor. All right. In the air with your finger, draw me a line from where the moon is to where that is, to where you are looking up.
So I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay. Here.
Yeah.
And I see the moon, and it's moving, or I'm moving, whatever way you want to say it. And this moon's here, and it's moving,
Uh-huh.
and I'm still here. And
Yeah.
the whole entire time, buddy down here is looking at that moon.
Right. Now actually think about where the moon would really be instead of where you think it would be.
Yeah, it's all, dude. Fine, put it outside the house.
Yep.
It's irrelevant. It's
And
still
now
above
both
my
people
head.
can see it. And all right,
Oh, it's
so
still above my head.
where
How is
what
he
is
seeing it? It's
what is
above my-
directly
Right.
what is
You are
directly
too
what
smart, and I
listen to my
know
question.
You know what I'm saying.
Listen to
I
my
know
question.
you know
Stop
what-
talking and listen to my
Your
question.
audience is
Stop
gonna look
talking.
into this, and they're gonna find
Stop
out.
talking and listen to my question. Okay? Good.
Yeah.
Right. So, if the moon is directly above your head, that means you have to look away from the surface of the Earth to see it. Correct?
Yes, I have to look away from the surface of the Earth, which I am located on. Yes.
Right. So, the antipode would also
Yes.
have to look away from the surface of the Earth to see the moon.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, but
Right?
he'd be being blocked by the Earth.
No,
if
he
I'm
wouldn't.
on the other side of the Earth.
Oh my God, you can't think in 3 dimensions, can you?
Dude, this is three-dimensional.
No, you literally can't think in 3 dimensions. That's your problem.
This is three-dimensional.
I-
This
I-
ball is
Yeah,
three-dimensional.
but you can't think in 3 dimensions.
Buddy, I'm thinking circles around you, and that maybe. Hey,
You really
might have a physics degree. You
Should
might
we
know
ask- right,
equations.
should we ask the 700
I'm
people
using
watching?
real
Should we
evidence
ask the 700 people who's walking who around in circles? What do you reckon?
Oh, of your audience, for sure, you.
There's plenty
sure
of
you
flat
would.
earthers in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flat earthers probably know
So-
what I'm saying, but this here, this ball.
Oh my
this
God!
kind of ball,
Let
you have
me
no
let me
balls
break
in
out.
that apartment. The YouTube page for. Look, this here.
Oh, they're all in my
You
son's
got-
room and he's asleep.
Hey, congratulations on being a father. We're both here trying to fight for the future of our children. I
Yeah,
don't want them
only
learning
one's not going to harm their
bull.
children though.
What have you said?
Only one of them isn't going to harm their children with dangerous thinking.
Exactly. This
Yeah.
guy.
You,
I've got
right?
two thumbs.
Let me be clear to you,
Hey, go.
right? No, let me be
here-
let me be very clear of something, okay?
Yeah,
Teaching children flat Earth is child abuse.
Yeah.
All right. Telling your kids the Earth
Really?
is flat.
Tell me this. Tell me this.
Right, no, wait.
Tell
Let me
this. Instead of
finish.
putting
Shut
maps
up and
on
let me
your children
finish.
all day long.
Shut up and let me speak. Teaching your
Dude,
children
why are you so aggressive, man?
because
I'm
you
having a
don't
good
know
time
how
out
to
here.
shut your mouth. Now be quiet. Teaching your children the Earth is flat is.
I feel like you're trying to get
Well, once
me to
again,
leave. Not that I feel like you're trying
do you want to maybe just?
I'm not going to.
Do you want to maybe be quiet and let me finish my sentence? That wonderful, thank you.
Explain.
Right, teaching children that the Earth is flat is
Yeah.
child abuse. It's simple. Teaching children that the Earth is flat teaches them to think that everybody in the world is lying to them. That is dangerous.
they pretty much are.
Shut
Look
your
into the
fucking
fake
mouth
bloodline.
while I am talking. Do not start talking until I say you can. All right? Because I am
Look at
very
the
serious.
elders of Zion, buddy.
Because I am very serious of what I am saying right now. Please do not
Yeah.
talk until I say it is your turn to talk. Teaching children that the Earth is flat is straight up psychological child abuse. Because you are putting on that child the implication that every single person in the world is lying to them. Every single person in government, every teacher, every boat captain, every pilot, every scientist, every leader of government, every astrologist, every meteorologist, everybody in the world is lying to them. I'm lying to them. Everybody is lying to them. And instilling that kind of thinking into a child is dangerous. It will damage them irreparably. Doing that, telling them a straight up lie, right, is psychological child abuse. And everything that you have shown today is not evidence, it is misunderstanding basic physics and geometry. Your misunderstanding of science and physics is not evidence that the Earth is not a globe. You keep saying that, look, this model works, this model works. We're going to get to that because you don't have a model. But let me be clear. Teaching
you didn't
kids,
either. Trying to make it on the spot.
Teaching kids the Earth is flat is psychological child abuse. And I will stand by that firm. So don't do it, all right?
Yeah.
It's simple as that.
Okay, so how about this? How does McDonald's work? Do you think that every person that owns a franchise at McDonald's is a liar, or do you think they're misinformed? Do you think that McDonald's is good for you? Because that's one corporation where at the top they have branches all over the planet, and somehow it all works out. Why? Because if somebody wants to put their Big Mac on sale, when McDonald's doesn't say, they lose their franchise. So when you have all your scientists, no, they're not liars.
Completely irrelevant.
A lot of them are being deceived the same way you are.
No, I'm not being deceived. I've tested the world.
You're being deceived, buddy.
No. I've tested. Shut up. Don't tell me I'm being deceived. I have tested the word.
Well, don't tell me
no, NASA does not mean to deceive in Hebrew. There is.
Shut up.
Shut up. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me.
Look up the Talmud.
Don't. I'm telling you. Shut up. Don't lie to me. I will not let you directly lie to me. I have spoken to.
Same with you. Don't lie to me either.
Shut your fucking mouth when I'm talking. You. Seriously, just be quiet when I'm talking, all right? Do not lie to me. I have spoken to native Hebrew speakers, and no, NASA does not mean to deceive in Hebrew. There is no word for NASA. In fact, the closest translation is nashish, which means to lift. There is no word, and there is no word for NASA in Hebrew, because NASA isn't a word, it is letters representing words. So no, there is no. I haven't stopped talking. I haven't stopped talking. Okay?
Big man.
There is no translation for NASA in Hebrew. Do not lie to me. If you are saying there is, you are calling native Hebrew speakers liars also. There is no translation.
I'll show you it right now. Want me to show you the word in the Hebrew Bible?
It's not.
There
is no word for.
Want me to show it to you?
Does it say NASA? Yes or no?
It has those squiggly lines over. Yeah.
No. I'm asking you directly. Does it have NASA? Is that there? Yes or no?
It says NASA phonetically.
Right. Lovely. So does it say NASA?
It says NASA.
So does it say? Does it say NASA?
You're right.
Does it say NASA? It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Does it say NASA?
They can look it up themselves. 5377.
Look,
buddy,
Dick
I'm not a shill, and I'm not a coward.
Dick
I don't
listen.
care what you say,
Dick
and I don't
listen.
care what they try to do. It doesn't matter to me.
Dick Flute, try and listen. Does it say NASA? Yes or no?
It says NASA with squiggly lines and dots.
Right. And does NASA have squiggly lines and dots over it? And is NASA pronounced Nasha? Yes or no?
No, it's pretty close though.
Oh, so it's pretty close. Cool. No worries.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
So whenever we're doing anything, we can just go with what's pretty close. Just like earlier when you said the Earth's tilt matches the number of the beast, when actually it comes. Just like earlier when I am still talking. Just like earlier when you said that the tilt of the. Just like earlier, when you said the tilt of the Earth matches 666, the number of the devil, when in fact it doesn't. The average tilt of the Earth matches the neighbour of the number of the devil, and 666 isn't even the number of the devil, it's 616. Stop lying, stop strawmanning.
It's the mark of man, it says, the number of man. But anyways, when it comes to...
I don't think you've read the Bible, have you? It's amazing.
The Bible? I read the book of Enoch. It's more accurate. But
right, so you haven't read the Bible.
That's all Roman. It's all Roman creation.
You know what?
The Bible. They took a lot of true events.
You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what?
Have you read the Talmud though?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Have you read about Goyim?
Would you like?
G-U-Y?
Would you?
Or sorry,
Are you?
G-O-Y?
Are you gonna? Are you just gonna? Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you something. Do you want to speak to a PhD physicist?
No. Why? An indoctrinated person that took 15 years and spent
No,
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
someone that actually, someone whose job is to work with gravity. Would you like to speak to them? I can bring them on right now.
You know what? Yeah, fine. Find me Tesla because he easily says that it's fake. It's relative density.
No, again, you are lying. Nikola Tesla never, ever
Why
said.
does helium defy gravity then?
It doesn't. I explained to you earlier.
You gave some weird explanation.
I explained to you earlier. Shut up when I'm talking and listen, for fuck's sake. Stop talking over me. Right.
That's why.
Nikola Tesla.
Oxygen can support helium.
Will you stop? Shh. Nikola Tesla never, ever said that gravity is relative density. That is a lie.
People, look into it for yourselves.
No, you made the claim.
That's what you rely on, that people won't call you on your bullshit. That's what you rely on.
Can you give me evidence that Nikola Tesla said that? Show me a quote.
I'll show you a meme. How about that?
No, I don't want to see a meme
I'll show you a
because memes can say
CGI
anything.
thing of him doing it.
Can you show me a quote from Nikola Tesla where he says that gravity is relative density? Yes or no?
He says that the professors and mathematicians of this thing, they have all these equations, and by the time
so I'm gonna give the link to PhD Tony.
To reality, and he also has another one talking about gravity. Yes.
All right.
And he says that it's a day that science starts looking at
maybe
things,
I'm not able to dumb things down enough for you, so I am gonna now.
Show me the Antipodes thing. Show me the Antipodes thing. Why does it work? Why did your model not work out for you?
It really did.
You were on there on that model for minutes.
And I showed you it exactly. I showed you it exactly.
You were about to walk yourself into a corner you couldn't back out of.
What are you on about? I literally showed you it.
The antipode thing. Please explain to me.
I already have. I literally already have. Do you have damage to your brain that stops you? Do you have damage to your brain that stops you converting short-term to long-term memory?
I might after this conversation, man.
I think you might have already. All right, I'm going to bring in PhD Tony, right, and let him try and explain things to you, because we are going around in circles because you don't understand basic physics. Right?
Do you know about this escape tunnel that the lunar module had? Did you know about this escape tunnel?
Yes,
that
we
Neil
did.
Armstrong and stuff had? Did you know this was built into the rocket?
Yeah, we did.
Did you know about this tunnel?
Uh-huh.
So you did know about this tunnel. Do you think your audience does?
Yeah.
That there was a tunnel that if anything happened at all before launch, they could go down a big slide and end up in a room?
That sounds like a great idea, actually. So let me welcome in PhD Tony, who is, let me make this clear, my spirit animal. Welcome, Tony. How are you doing? Can you hear us, Tony?
Tony.
Tony, can you hear us, dude?
Yes, I can.
How you doing? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
How's it going, Tony?
Tony, this is Mitchell. This is Mitchell.
This is me, buddy, in the flesh.
I've tried.
Okay.
Do you want to take it from here?
Sure. Can we? So let's just start with gravity. Your claim is that there is no verification of gravity. Okay.
Well, hold on. Can I please make my definition first? Can I give my clarification and then that we can debunk it? Awesome.
Yeah.
So what I think is that everything in our planet is made up of atoms, okay, and molecules, and we have each of us. The more dense an object is, can all the other atoms and molecules around it support the weight of that? It's all about weight and density. Gravity never comes into play. So if I jump up in the air, because I have more density than the air itself, I fall back down to Earth. But a butterfly, if it starts going up, or a helium balloon, it's less dense. So that's why the balloon goes up in the air, and it's because the oxygen itself in the atmosphere actually prevents it coming back down. Eventually, the helium dissipates, balloons pop, and then it just goes back into it. But it's the same sort of premise as if I was in water and I lay down flat on my back, I'm spreading out my density. I have now more water below me to hold up my weight, which is why I'm more likely to float. Where if I curl up in a ball, I sink into the water. It's the same sort of principle. And that's why I don't think that gravity ever comes into play. I think it's all about relative density.
Okay, so you made a number of statements there that are incorrect, and I'd like to. So you understand that a single object can have multiple forces applied to it, right? So if I pick up, so if I pick up this, the fact that it's not falling is not because there is no downward force. It's because I'm applying an upward force.
Because your density of your hands is holding it up. Yes.
Well,
you're more dense than the object.
Please. Well, okay. So
is that not accurate?
No, it's not. Here's a piece of paper. The piece of paper is less dense than the phone.
You're holding it. Drop your hand.
But in your argument, it's the piece of paper. It's the
Dude, you're holding the piece of paper.
Please.
Yeah, let him finish his point. Yeah, let him finish his point, Mitchell, before you respond.
You spoke for 3 minutes straight without taking a breath, and you made a number of errors, and I would like to explain them. And as soon as I start talking, you want to argue with me.
I'm sorry, you beautiful man, you. Let's hear it.
Okay, so the reason the phone does not fall through my hand is actually to do with the structural integrity of my hand. Okay, not density. So if I had something like polystyrene, for instance, polystyrene is less dense than the phone. It's the structural integrity of my hand that prevents it from falling. Air doesn't have that sort of structural integrity, but planes fly, balloons go upward for the same reason. There is a bigger upward force than there is a downward force. It is not that there is no downward force applied to a helium balloon, just like it is not the case that there's no downward force applied to a plane, right? They're both going upward because there is just a larger upward force. So it's the balance of forces that are applied. So the downward force that you claim is due to buoyancy is actually, when you talk about weight is a force, weight is mass multiplied by gravitational acceleration. So the term gravitational acceleration. Now, you throw your hands up. Okay. So how do we know that we're right? Okay.
You don't.
Well, yes, we do.
That's the answer. You don't. You have a plane with a jet engine forcing and combusting, driving up into the atmosphere with wings on it to fight against density. And it's accelerating. A helium balloon doesn't even need a motor. Its own product is less dense than the air. So it goes up, and it goes up pretty quick.
Do you know what a
hydrogen will go up
gravimeter is?
even faster. Why? Less dense.
Do you know what a gravimeter is?
A gravimeter, no. Something to measure gravity?
Yes, it measures the gravitational
acceleration. So it's fake. It doesn't. It's a moot point. Want me to tell you about the wingspan of a Pegasus? It doesn't exist.
So
gravimeters definitely exist.
Okay, can you just be quiet rather than making bland assertions about reality that you have no idea what you're talking about? Gravimetry does exist, and it is used by mineral exploration companies to locate subsurface mineral deposits. They pay a large amount of money for this to occur because it can be used to locate where there are dense ores or where there are lighter hydrocarbons. It is also used. Have you ever seen a map?
Density.
No, it isn't. How can an object that is in a plane detect the density of something that is below the ground?
How can something in the ground be having its own separate gravity from every other thing sandwiched on top of it?
Everything in the ground has its own gravity. You need to do an integrated. You need to do there were some misstatements on here earlier. You are experiencing gravity. You are currently. Every part of you is experiencing a gravitational force from every other mass in the universe. not just on the planet, not just in your room, every other mass in the
Everything.
universe is exerting a gravitational force on you. And it's not the case that it's just here's a body, there's a body. It's the line of force between the two bodies. Actually, the distribution of mass over here and the distribution of mass over there need to be taken into account to work out the exact orientation of forces that are applied to you. So if you're claiming that it doesn't work, why do mineral companies pay for it?
Well, one, it could easily be a money grab. Two, maybe it works in a different way.
Okay, how?
Wait, hold on. What's the furthest? Because you guys say that it's a magnet, molten magnet, core, and everything in the center of the Earth, correct?
Can we talk about gravity?
Well, I'm saying, what's the furthest we have to drill down into the Earth?
That's
So the
irrelevant to the
furthest
conversation.
drill is about 8 kilometers.
There you go. Okay. How do we know? So if it was an apple, if the Earth was an apple, we wouldn't have even gotten through the skin.
Let's
That's a pretty big
talk-
extrapolation.
Okay. So
Am I gonna get deeper? Do
you want to talk about seismological surveying and ultrasound techniques and seismographic tomography? Because we can talk about that, and we can talk
that's
about
what it
how
is. It's seismographic technology. It's giving ultrasounds to the Earth. That's how they find it. It has nothing to do with
Giving
gravity.
ultrasounds to the Earth, good lord.
Like it's finding out what's below the Earth's surface through some sort of machine.
Right, Mitchell, just
Gravity.
Mitchell, be quiet and let Tony respond, okay?
Silent. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a technique called seismic surveying, right, where we do use seismic techniques to detect subsurface ores. Yes, that's correct. We also use magnetotelluric techniques, which detect the conductivity of the Earth at various depths, and we can use that to detect the presence of different ore deposits. And that's a different technique, but there is also gravimetric surveying. Now, we can do gravimetric surveying from a plane. So that is clearly not seismic, right? And, we know how to design gravimeters. We know how they are put together. They are put to, the FG5 Lacrosse, for instance, is basically a chamber with a drop mass in it. You drop the mass, you measure its drop with a laser, and you evacuate the chamber so that there's as little material inside it. And you also, the test mass is here, but you put a carriage around it, and you move the carriage just ahead of the drop mass, and that pushes any air out of the way and prevents frictional or electrostatic effects. And these things are so sensitive, so incredibly sensitive, that if you take a measurement and then you move it up by even a foot, it will detect the gravitational gradient. These things are so incredibly sensitive and so precise. And if you could just stay silent for slightly longer, have you ever seen a map of the Earth that shows what is going on at the bottom of the oceans? Like they have those valleys and the ridges and the underwater mountains and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've seen those. Okay.
Yeah.
Those
are... that?
Well, bathymetry. So
Yeah.
So those maps are created, the vast majority of them, using gravimetric data, because the rock is denser and heavier than the water. So using gravimetric measurements...
You said there? Denser?
Let him get to his point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but that doesn't change. So the density of something that's far away cannot, by relative density, affect what's happening at the top of the ocean, right?
Well, you can see with seismographs. You can see down. You can see what's going on. Yeah.
Yes, but I'm not using a seismograph here. I'm using a gravimeter. You seem to be under the impression that we can't tell the difference between seismic data and gravimetric data. We're the people who help design and operate the machinery, mate. We know the difference. And we're the people who have to process the data to get the results out.
Okay, well, Can you please explain? Because, yeah, you give a very, very eloquent answer to stuff. I love your delivery. Can you please explain then why is it that when you have the moon orbiting around the Earth and its gravitational field, why doesn't the moon get sucked into the sun's gravity?
I thought I did. But
Okay, so
why does it stay on such an easy, perfect orbit for centuries?
Okay, so the reason for that is because if the moon's gravitationally induced trajectory were unstable, then it would already have fallen into the moon. Now, when you talk about perfect orbits, the Earth's orbit isn't perfect and the moon's orbit isn't perfect. They are constantly undergoing gravitational perturbations due to mass changes within both objects, loss of energy. So the moon is actually doing gravitational work on the Earth. And there are also perturbations induced due to Saturn and Jupiter and Uranus. And those effects seem tiny, but over time they sort of add up. And it is those perturbations of Earth's orbit that actually drive the glacial cycles. You know, the ice ages. For the last couple of million years, we've had ice ages and then interglacials, ice ages and then interglacials. That cycle is driven by what's known as the Milankovitch cycles, which are perturbations of Earth's angular tilt, precessional angle, and orbital ellipticity. And they're only slight, they're only very small. But they're enough that they can change the climate in a way that sort of forces. So anyway, that's kind of a secondary thing. But yeah, if the moon was going to be ripped away by the sun's gravity, it would already have happened. The reason that the moon is still there is because it's in a stable configuration. At the moment. Now that being
explanation though that it isn't gravity.
No.
Well, so
technically, in
technically, so the theory of gravity was developed to explain.
Theory. I love that you use theory.
In
a scientific context, the term theory of gravity is.
I know science trumps all. I'm aware.
No. It's not a matter of science trumping all. And please don't. Please.
No, I'm sorry. You have been very reasonable. I am sorry. My apologies, buddy. Please do not interpret what I'm saying as an attack on faith at all, because that's not what I'm intending to do here. I'm just attempting to explain sort of how we construct how our understanding of what's going on has been constructed. Now, in scientific terminology, when we refer to something as theory, that means that all of our available observations actually support it. So we don't use the term theory in the way that a mathematician might use a term theory, or in the way that a layperson might use theory. So the scientific term theory is slightly different. It just means that whenever we've looked at it, it performs pretty well. And that being said, the theory of relativity and these general relativities and special relativity, the standard model of quantum mechanics, these are all obviously imperfect. There remains stuff that we don't know, and we know that there's stuff that we don't know, but we're trying to work it out. We're still trying to get there. And so you're right. If you want to say, look, there's stuff that science doesn't yet know, that's perfectly fine. But that doesn't permit the logical conclusion that therefore science is just completely wrong and has no idea what it's talking about. I know science does a ton of good, and I know science knows a lot of things. I 100% agree with that. Science has been amazing for so many things. The fact that I'm on this laptop right now, this laptop actually has better technology here than they used to get to the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is pretty cool, because we can't even get back there. So that's pretty cool. I'm more talking about what I believe to be pseudoscience. But yes, I definitely agree. Science itself, I think, should be repeatable, which is why I was talking about the antipode thing. And that's something anyone can repeat. That's what I love about it.
Okay.
That's why I was also talking. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I think that there's a sort of a misconception in that argument. If I can, if I may be permitted to address it.
Yeah, no problem.
So, if the moon is over here and you're over here, and say you're on the top of, can you see both rings? So, suppose you say you're on this ring, you're where my index finger is, and the antipode is where my thumb is. Is that correct with your understanding? Okay. Then obviously the person at the antipode can't see the moon, okay, because the Earth is in the water. Cannot see the moon in that configuration. Okay. But now if I turn the Earth side on, right, or now the person at the antipode can see the moon.
I agree with that, yes.
Yeah. So what you're so what you're seeing where you and the person at the antipode can see the moon is this side-on phase where the bulge of the Earth is not in the way. Okay?
Yeah, so,
and that's going to persist for a few hours. As the Earth rotates, you're going to see it first, but then you're both going to be able to see it for a few hours as it keeps rotating like that. Okay? So what you were suggesting, I think there's a mental, when you were describing your experiment, this is the mental image that the person won't be able to see through. But you need to be able to rotate it by 90 degrees, and then suddenly both people can see the moon. Does that help explain where we're coming from a little bit?
It explains where you guys are coming from, and believe me, that's definitely the first thing I thought about, because of course, that's the first place. This is actually the one that got me to not believe that the Earth is a sphere. Every other thing is up for debate, including gravity, including... Well, the Georgia Guidestones one, in my opinion, that's pretty definite because Polaris has literally... I'll hear this one out. But when it comes to the antipode, that's where it got me because I'm actually at like 45 degrees latitude according to... Well, you're a PhD. Do you know what latitude Vancouver
I'd actually
is?
think Vancouver's a bit further north than that. I'd guess you're more like 50...
yeah, it was just kind of a guess on my part. I'm not too sure of the geography of Canada.
So, all right, so 50, okay, and the top's obviously 90. 0 would be what you guys say Antarctica is, correct?
Well, Antarctica is Antarctica is minus 90. So, it's 90 degrees south, so minus 90. Yeah.
Okay, so basically I'll move this over a little bit. Okay, so I'm here then, right? I'm not at the very top. Like I'm down a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, my antipode is over here. The moon's circling, like whatever, everything's going on. What I'm saying is, I see the moon above my head.
Okay.
I just staring off into the distance. It's not just coming on the horizon.
Yeah. So this is another thing that I wanted to address. Actually, when you say directly overhead, do you have to look straight up to see it?
At times in that course, absolutely.
Okay, then
it starts off on the horizon,
I'm going to suggest that actually doesn't happen.
Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Because if I can prove that it happens, then what?
Okay,
that's what I'm looking for. Somebody to say.
Okay, so my understanding of the moon's orbit is that it should not move to be directly overhead at 50 or 52 degrees north. I could be proven wrong. Again, actually, I'm a geophysicist, and if I wanted to explore the shape of the Earth, I would use seismic evidence, and the seismic evidence.
Sorry, my wife just got home with my kids, so.
That's
Sally,
okay.
I won't. Yeah.
Hey,
here's the other thing. I have no problem coming back and showing all my evidences. I'll do that if you guys want. I'll show my antipode evidence.
I would love that. I would love to actually see it.
I have a guy in Malaysia, a guy in Australia, a guy in UK, a guy in Scotland, and me here. People in Texas, Maine, Alberta.
Okay.
We are all seeing the moon at the same time. And I have a video on it.
So the key thing is the times and dates of those, because we need to know
Current time. We all go live on Facebook.
Okay.
Live on Facebook.
That's
simultaneous live.
What I do. Yeah. What I love about that is that you're actually doing observations and you're cataloging them. Can I just briefly step back from this for a moment to discuss where I come from, the shape of the Earth? Because to me, if I wanted to demonstrate the shape of the Earth, I wouldn't be looking at the moon, right? To me, I would just use seismic evidence, right? So there are seismic waves called Rayleigh waves, and these things, they basically the S waves and the P waves get up to the surface of the Earth, they meet, and they form these waves that sort of dissipate around the surface. Now, these things, for large enough earthquakes, they make multiple laps, right? So they go out, and then they come back from a different direction. They come back from directly opposite. And so if you've got seismic stations out there around towards the antipode will be the last seismic station to get these waves. And then they'll go around the other side and they'll come back. And they do this multiple times. So the Rayleigh waves it's spelled R-A-Y-L-E-I-G-H. Rayleigh waves, and they're a type of they're a type of seismic wave, and they do multiple laps. Now, if the Earth were a disk, then these waves, and you had an earthquake that was near the edge of the disk, then the waves would hit the edge, and each of them would become a point wave source, and so they'd start interfering with one another, and it would be very chaotic. They'd lose coherence very, very quickly. So the Earth can't be a disk for this to happen, but the geometry of them just demonstrate, it just shows that the Earth is the spheroid. There's no other configuration that can work. And if you look at the arrival times, if we can work out reasonably easily where an earthquake started from. In some cases, say by detonating a thermonuclear device, we can create a seismic event that's large enough. But as you can tell when the various seismic phases ought to arrive at seismic stations, and it only depends on the angular distance. And you can do that all the way around the Earth. You can do that all the way around. Whereas if the Earth were a disk, then this would depend where you are in relation to the edge of the disk. And you can also look at earthquakes that occur right near Antarctica. And the seismic energy from those earthquakes gets from one side of Antarctica to the other side of Antarctica very, very quickly.
Have you ever been to Antarctica?
I have.
I have never myself been to Antarctica. I know several people.
I know that there's no circumnavigation.
Incorrect.
Like you're not allowed to go north to south.
That's actually not true. So there. Sorry, circumnavigation in what sense? North to south,
and then up the other side. To fly
you can't.
All the way over.
Well, you can fly, and there have actually been north to south circumnavigations.
Yeah, most
I
recently
looked at
by
the
the
Guinness records, and if you look at their actual
Mitchell,
path, there hasn't been.
Mitchell, Mitchell, one second. Just so you know, recently there was a project called One More Orbit, where they actually did a north to south circumnavigation and live streamed the entire thing.
If you could please send me that video, I'd love to see it.
Seriously, just Google One More Orbit, and you'll find all the information.
So when you're talking about the seismic activity, by looking at this map here, if this is all basically like a clock, you've got the hour hand, the minute hand. The moon moves on a 28-day cycle, and that's why as the moon approaches the sun laps the moon every 28 days, I should say. So as the sun approaches the moon there, the phase starts to go because it starts drowning out some of the actual light. Maybe that's some sort of magnetic system. I have no idea. That's what completely makes the moon disappear. When it's right over top of it, then it starts coming out the other side. This is like the turtle versus the hare. And then as it gets completely to the opposite side, then you get your full moon again, when it's totally away from it. And every day is a gradual progression throughout that 28 days. This is what I believe.
Can I ask a question? In that model, what causes lunar eclipses?
So in lunar eclipses is, well, also some of the lunar eclipses, the sun and the moon are both visible at the same time. So what causes that again is caused by, here's the moon, here's the earth, and the sun's over there somewhere. If you're standing on this edge, you can see the sun and you can see the moon. Now, there is refraction through the atmosphere of the light getting to you, but yes, you can see the eclipse of the moon and you can see the sun at the same time. That's called a selenahelion, and it's completely consistent with, because you're on sort of this edge, and so you can see the moon over there and the sun over there at the same time, and it's not actually a problem on the spherical Earth. I haven't looked as into the eclipses yet, but I assume that there's definitely a reasonable reason for us on our side as well. But when it comes to the seasons, though, this is my big thing. 93 million miles away is the sun. We have our seasons and temperature apparently that are shifting because of our rotation. Now, the sun itself, 93 million miles away, I don't think that the temperature gradients I feel from, 8 a.m. when I first see the sun to then 12 when it's dead hot on me, and then as I see the sun go off and it's not that hot again, I don't think that kind of point heat is going to, hold on one second, please. I don't think that kind of point heat is going to have that big of a dramatic effect on me when there's something 93 million miles away casting heat towards an object that's only in total circumference 25,000 miles. So as that's turned, by relation to the sun, I don't think that's enough to create that kind of temperature change. It's way more consistent to me with it being a light like this. And that's also why I see the moon at the same time as Australia, because we're right here. But it's only at certain times of the month. It's only when they're close on this cycle. That's what makes me know that this is more accurate, because I see it firsthand.
Can I ask the seasons don't owe much to the distance to the sun. They owe most to Earth's axial tilt. If you're in the northern hemisphere and the sun and the Earth is tilted towards the sun, the light rays from the sun don't have much atmosphere to go through. Whereas if you're over here, down here, there's a lot of atmosphere that the heat has to get through, that the energy has to get through. And so you don't get as much. And also the days are shorter down this end. And so you just don't get as much buildup of energy during the day. So it's actually down to axial tilt. If the Earth didn't have an axial tilt, if the Earth were just rotating at 90 degrees to the ecliptic like this, just spinning around it like that, we wouldn't have seasons at all.
Do you have a comment then with the tilts and everything on the Georgia Guidestones and how it's able to keep Polaris in view with that tilt?
So the Georgia Guidestones are set up. They're kind of set up to so that the configuration is correct, and the apparent position of Polaris doesn't change very quickly. So they're still
it never changes. Well, for 40 years anyway.
Well, that's to say that as an Earth scientist, when I say that something doesn't change, it has to be on a much larger scale than just 30 years. 30 years is basically nothing.
Well, 40 years, but every other star changes every single night.
Mitchell, if I can just say that the measurement of Polaris yearly move is about 0.013 arc seconds per year.
Yeah.
Well, that's a convenient way of saying zero.
Well, no, but there's also the fact that Polaris is in alignment with our axial tilt. and Polaris and
Well,
us.
how does
Wait.
in both
Let me finish
directions,
my let me finish
where
my
it
statement.
follows?
Let me finish my statement. Polaris and us both orbit the center of the galaxy together. You know, in galactic terms, all the stars
But
you
it's
see in the night
trillions
sky.
of miles away.
Yeah, but it is in alignment with our axial tilt. And in the grand scheme of
Look
the
at
size
these
of
models
wait,
here.
let me finish. In the grand scheme
Yeah.
of the size of the galaxy, Polaris is literally next door. You know, and that is orbiting the center of the galaxy with us because the galaxy is so big. It's as simple
Have
as
you
that.
ever
Come on,
okay?
man.
Have you ever heard of Monty Python?
Yeah, of course. Monty Python's great.
Okay, so there's in the movie. What was that? What was the sort of
Life of Brian.
No, the one after the with Mr. Creosote.
Oh God, the one
it
where
has
the guy
the-
explodes at the end.
Yes, they have a song called the Galaxy Song.
Yes, they do.
Sung by Eric Idle, and I suggest you listen to the Galaxy Song because what you think of as absolutely inconceivable and outright ridiculous. This is not, this is not a secret. This is not something that isn't known. We've known, every individual star that you can see is orbiting with us. Around the center of the Milky
why did the
Way,
other ones
and that orbit takes about 200 million years.
Yeah, so why did the other ones all move every single night? But with this one, there's a hole, dead center of this, through 12 inches that is directly there, but literally every single one orbits daily. And I'll tell you why. It's because it's like a giant watch from above head. That's what it's a huge clock.
Meaning of Life. That's the movie,
which
Tony.
Is how they
Meaning
made
of Life.
perpetual motion stuff. They've tapped into that technology. You've
So-
got the minute hand is the sun, the hour hand is the moon, and the overall constellations is the year.
Okay, so
They circle
have a
everything. That's
question.
why a planisphere works.
okay, Mitchell, you've clearly put a lot of thought into this, but my question is, when you accept that science has made enormous advances over the past 400 years, and it's done so through the process of peer review.
Well, a lot of those were through Nikola Tesla, and they totally discredited him, and he didn't believe in gravity.
Yes, he did.
Okay, I don't think that.
I'll find
I
you
don't
guys
think
a quote after.
Okay, Nikola. A couple of points to raise. Nikola Tesla is often held up by a lot of people as a great genius, and indeed he was. However, there were limitations, and in his later life, he suffered some degree of mental illness.
I disagree about that.
Well, but do you understand? Well, do you concede, perhaps, that there have been at least some significant technological innovations since Nikola Tesla?
100%.
Okay.
Of course.
Do you?
I don't think we've ever been to space, like out of the firmament, I would call it. I don't think
There's
we've ever
no
been outside of
firmament.
that.
Okay, so actually, part of my job is to analyze Earth's gravitational field using results from satellite missions. In particular,
I don't even believe
great...
there's satellites orbiting us, to be honest.
Again, I can absolutely 100% prove that there is.
Given in essence, what you're doing there is you're calling me a liar.
Well, what I'm saying is, have you seen the satellites firsthand? They send them up in helium. NASA's the biggest purchaser of helium. That's a fact.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
for cooling systems.
Well, actually, it isn't a fact, but they do purchase a lot of helium. They purchase an immense amount of helium because it is used in refrigeration.
He is actually right, Tony, that NASA is the world's biggest purchaser of helium. I have looked into that.
Okay.
But there's many reasons. Refrigeration, emergency abort systems and stuff.
But
there's reasons.
But the main reason for it is refrigeration of rocket fuel.
Yeah.
Well, they admit that they send up the satellites with helium balloons.
No, they don't.
No, they admit that some of there are things called satelloons that are sent up. They are observational devices that are sent up in balloons.
That's what I believe they've got.
But I mean, I can only tell you that I model satellite orbits and I analyze satellite data, and we use and if this was entirely faked, why do we discover anything that is new? Doing our research, we discover stuff that hasn't been known before. For instance, if you may remember that there was the Tohoku earthquake off the coast of Japan, which caused the Fukushima power plant disaster. Now that earthquake had two effects. It had an effect on the length of day of Earth, on Earth's rotational characteristics, but it also had a gravitational effect because of the movement of mass. And we can pick up the mass redistribution after that earthquake due to these satellite readings. We can see the difference in the gravitational field from before and after. Similarly, we can use this methodology to track floods. We can use this to track droughts. In a drought, obviously, there's much less groundwater, there's much less surface water, and we can track the drying out of the soil, the steady loss of mass in these regions on Earth's surface. And we can detect that in regions that, we can detect the severity of drought where people are, sort of still uncertain about it. So, I mean, we can do these things. How do we do this if it's all fake? Who's faking this? Who's telling us?
I would say, okay, so this is where I'm approaching this from. I think that I have to be critical of every single thing that is told to me. I like to wade through the information myself. In my own observations, I've never once seen water curve ever, especially around a sphere. So until there's a model of that, I'm going to always be skeptical of that. Not saying it's not possible, just saying I'd be skeptical of it. I've been lied to so many times in my life. They were very wrong about diets. I know Monsanto created Agent Orange. It created Roundup. It created DDT. It created hormone growth, bovine growth hormone. It created all these things, yet it's still a Fortune 500 company. I know there's 800 million people on this planet without access to safe drinking water, yet NASA gets $65 million a day. So when I look at those kind of injustices, I say one of these things ain't like the other. And then I say, who are the people that would have this in their best interest?
Let Tony respond now.
Okay, so you understand that NASA do stuff other than space exploration and space
This
missions,
guy
right?
here would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but he can't because they don't have the technology anymore.
Okay, yes. Let's suppose that he had said, I would drive a Model T Ford in a nanosecond, but I don't know where to buy one. Would you accept that that was real?
Yeah, but not with NASA.
Okay,
why would you destroy technology?
So
Who
it's
destroys technology.
well,
everyone.
Can I?
Yeah.
Please, because I feel you've. So to summarize the last 5 minutes, you've gone from discussing the shape of the Earth through to discussing Fortune 500 companies to discussing.
I'm saying motivation
to discussing
control.
Can I please?
Yeah,
okay, so NASA's budget. Do you understand that they do stuff other than space, right? That they do aeronautical studies. For instance, they do a lot of air safety investigations. They do a lot of air safety modeling. They do a lot of weather analysis. They do a lot of, they dedicate a significant amount of effort to making it safer to fly. Are you aware of that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so it cannot be the case then that their entire budget is being spent fraudulently, can it?
No,
Because
I
at least
think
some
that
of
that's
it.
all of their budget
Okay.
is going towards that stuff.
Okay, so let's step back. Let's step back again. Have you compared NASA's budget to the budget of the United States military?
It's all hands of the same guy. It's just
well,
a different finger.
I want to respond a little bit. Look,
Yeah.
the military budget is vastly larger than NASA, but you don't go around saying that, well, Afghanistan doesn't exist because I've never been there. Or
No, I
that,
can talk to people in Afghanistan.
Or Al Qaeda, Al Qaeda don't exist, or
That's where I'd also say I think that a lot of that's created to scare people.
Again, you do allow. I have allowed you to construct quite extensive chains of logic, but whenever I try to do so myself, after the first one or two sentences, you interrupt again. So please allow me to construct a chain of reasoning here.
Okay.
I agree that there is enormous corporate corruption in the world at large. I agree that there is enormous corporate malfeasance, and I agree that a lot of US military spending in particular is funneled into companies that aren't producing anything useful. Some of it clearly is useful, but I would argue that actually, by comparison, NASA is not actually a problem at all. It's reasonably cheap if you calculate it in terms of per person per day. You're spending what, a fifth of a cent? I don't know. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but actually, a lot of people have focused on NASA because it seems to be producing results that people for some reason don't like. And this assertion of control, actually, more than half the world are active members of a monotheistic religion. So if this is all some gigantic government attempt to establish control over people, it really isn't working. And I will say,
yeah, I think it is.
I am not a Christian now, but I was a Christian for 35 years in my life.
And now are you an atheist?
Now I am an atheist, but it's got nothing to do with science. It's got nothing to do with science.
If you knew the Earth was flat like I do, you'd be thinking about a creator.
Low.
If I thought that there existed a creator, I would think that creator was inherently evil. Because
I agree. The one who rules this kingdom is evil, Satan, which is why NASA is E minus.
Wait, so
add a key to NASA and see what you end up with.
Are you saying Satan is the creator?
No, I'm saying that a lot of people have been deceived, and I'm saying there's some evil books out there like the Kabbalah, and they refer to Goyim.
Right. Okay. Anyway, let Tony get back to it. Let Tony get back. Apologies, Tony, that I just.
I was a Christian for 35 years, but it never occurred to me that my religious belief should be allowed to contradict science. Now, if you believe the Earth is flat, you also believe that the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
Under 6,000? I have no idea on how long it's been here for, but I definitely wouldn't think millions, that's for sure.
Okay, so...
Have you ever looked into mud fossils, by the way?
Oh, God, yes.
There are some people who are extremely confused about mud fossils. I've seen them bring up things that where they have spinel or garnet clearly labeled underneath. These are minerals whose structure we understand. We know exactly what their crystalline structure is, and we know how they're constructed. They are not organic in any way, shape, or form, but they are presenting these things as though they are blood. you must listen to me here, because the science that goes into nuclear bombs and nuclear power, for instance, allows us to well understand a variety of geochronological processes. And again, the real world applications of these are valuable. Mineral companies come up to geochronologists and they say, okay, here are a bunch of samples we've taken from all over this region. Where are the minerals? And the go back. One frame.
Okay, hold
Go
on.
back. You had a...
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, there. Back. Those
It
guys
does,
standing...
Like, it plays on a loop, but...
Okay, so those guys
Yeah.
standing next to sort of a small cliff.
Yeah.
Okay, that is... Oh, yeah. Okay, we know how those form.
Okay.
We
So
know
how did that
those
stuff
form.
work?
Okay, so what happens there is that the lava, so the lava comes up and it cools rapidly enough that those hexagonal crystalline faults, as it cools, it contracts, and as it contracts, it breaks up, and that creates those tiny fissures. But the structure on there, 300 sigma 20. I'm not sure what your notation is referring to there.
Tony, I just need to
but
go.
that's
I just need to go and take it rightly. I'm going to leave you in charge for a second. Okay.
all right. So the again, geochronologists are paid a lot of money by mineral exploration companies to work out where minerals are going to be located based on their analysis of samples. And it turns out that we can use very precise techniques to determine the age of samples and their thermochemical history, and they end up. It ends up being the case that we can understand the thermal history of individual crystals. Now, none of this is consistent with the Earth only being 6,000 years old. And I've read into, I'm doing a series debunking young Earth creationism, and I've looked into these particular objects. They're not unusual in any sense, and it's not like geologists can't explain what happened there. We well understand these formations. And there are just a variety of processes that cannot be sped up. If you look at
carbon
erosion.
dating, because I know there was one where there was a limestone, like there was a boot, and the company, there was a foot that was made into limestone. It's actually in a museum. I can find the museum for you if you'd like. But it was a company that's been around since the 1900s, yet it fossilized the person's foot in the boot and turned it into limestone.
Okay. Well, I'd need,
It's in
I'm a
Okay.
geophysicist rather than a geochemist, and I don't know the rate at which those processes can occur. But you'd want to be, so you'd be better off talking to a geochemist about that. But there's absolutely none of the cases. There have been cases, for instance, of very extremely rapid sedimentation. Okay, so those things there, okay, those mesas, what they are, obvious, they're not petrified wood at all. And we can demonstrate the difference in mineralization between them and petrified wood. They are the cause of ancient volcanoes. And sort of there's a column of lava in the middle that is cooled, and then there's this sort of light ashy stuff around the outside that forms the cone, right? The light ashy stuff erodes away, and we're left with the hard inner core. Now, there's a technique called cosmogenic exposure age dating, that a lot of people haven't heard about, but it's based on how long a rock has been exposed to cosmic rays. Cosmic rays only accumulate in the outermost layers of rocks. So if there's been any significant erosion, those should they should be pristine. They should not show any significant cosmogenic age. But we can use
modern day
those.
science, they shouldn't.
Yeah,
By, like,
modern
our
day
current understanding of something. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So if we apply these things to, say, for instance, the Grand Canyon, then we can tell that at the top of the Grand Canyon was exposed to cosmic rays millions of years earlier than the bottom of the Grand Canyon, and we can see that there is a strict decrease of cosmogenic exposure age with altitude, with height above the river. We can see that in the figures. So that's the exact opposite. Now you have to come up with a physical mechanism. If you want me to accept your position, then you have to come up with a physical mechanism by which that can occur. And if you can't come up with one, then I'm going to stick with the explanation that actually makes sense, or that we can actually, or that we can, that we have some understanding of. So
I
mean,
I totally understand that. So basically, so my explanation for this, what I think is a possibility, not saying it's 100%, but a possibility, is that who knows how long ago, but that basically we had hold on one second. Yeah. So basically we had some sort of event occur where I believe initially in this construct of this planet, I do think that there was a creator. I actually am not a Christian. I was for like a year, but too much of the stuff lined up. It did make sense to me. Just some certain things, it just seemed like it's a power control struggle. And I think that the Romans actually I don't think that empire actually truly went away. I know a lot of money went missing, or gold at that time went missing. I think there's still some families that continue on from that day. But what I think maybe happened prior to that was these were possibly, and I'm not saying this is for sure, I'm total theory. Theory just like the Big Bang Theory. Okay? I think that there were two suns here. I think that that's why those things in the last screen, the big, huge trees and stuff, I believe with two suns, the atmosphere would be way more humid. That are, if we do have a firmament above head, I believe that it would have been very, very moist, very, very dense, huge, like so oxygenated. Then I think with two suns, that would create that. There was an explosion of some sort. That's what created the moon.
Wait,
but initially, it was probably two positive poles. Now maybe it's a positive and a negative or something. I have no idea. That's maybe why it chases it around. But I think that the explosion that was created, whatever created it, cracked the firmament. That's what we now call the Milky Way galaxy, is just a crack in the firmament, possibly also what caused the flood, which raised all of the water, which has now been depicted on ancient cultures, like one after another depict an ancient flood. Okay, so I'm just saying that's just curious to me. And that now these days, this is what we're left with. This is a system that's actually in entropy, which is what every natural law would tell us, that our whole world is in entropy. Yet, when it comes to the Big Bang Theory, we say that everything's constantly expanding, which is contradictory.
Okay, so I'd like to address at least some of that. One, I'm actually on the border of a couple of disciplines. I have a good understanding of Earth's gravitational field, but my primary field of study is actually sea level and sea level change. And the reason that a lot of ancient civilizations have flood myths is because sea levels worldwide rose by about 130 to 140 meters at the end of the last glacial cycle, which turns out to be just at the beginning of sort of urbanization or so on, and that's why lots of cultures have a distant memory of everything suddenly getting inundated. Now, the argument that you made that about the moon,
well, it's not even an argument. That was just kind of a theory.
Can I ask what you think the firmament is made of?
Some sort of crystalline structure. I don't know. It's like they say.
So is there anything
actually? I believe that there's actual entity. Like, do you guys believe in like ghosts and apparitions and stuff like that, or no?
So I do not.
No, not really.
No.
Extra dimensional life forms, possibly.
I'll say
who knows?
I 100% believe in. I just thought it was ghosts. Now I know that's got to be demons, and I 100% believe in it, and that's why I am very fortunate to be on this side of it, because that makes me know for a fact that science is wrong about some stuff. So until they can solve that,
when you say fact, do you mean the same thing as Tony and I?
In my own mind, it cannot be unseen. I know Santa Claus is not real. I'm not going back.
Okay, so can I just say something? So one of the things that you have to be very careful of is the unreliability of human perception. And when I say that there's no such thing as ghosts, what I mean is that the phenomena that are associated with ghosts have other explanations. And in particular, there are a variety of techniques that can be used to induce the human brain to experience particular very detailed sensations.
I'm talking about something appearing in my room, looking at me, and then vanishing.
So there are, yes. So
yeah, I've had that happen. I drank a lot.
So there are.
Sober, buddy. That's
okay. So there are. You can make a person believe that there's somebody standing just on the periphery of their vision, and that person disappears as soon as they turn to look at it.
Yeah.
You can do that fairly reliably.
Okay. Do you believe in like how does deja vu happen then? There's some things that
right.
Okay, so this is the standard explanation for deja vu is that the human brain gets confused about the order in which it processes things and copies them from long-term into short-term memory. Now, I'm not necessarily convinced by that because it contradicts my experience of deja vu. But, and here's the critical difference. The whole point of the neurological explanation is that
my son is screaming at me. Buddy, give me 2 more minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
I don't mean to keep you from your son. It's family time is obviously very important.
Okay. I'll just leave. You guys have your clothes. I'll just gonna say just really quickly. I know that there's some stuff that can't be explained. I think that the whole thing here, everything is that how we are wrong, and how science is correct. So don't trust your own vision. Don't trust your own brain. Don't trust your own eyes. Don't trust your own 5 senses. There's always an explanation on why we're wrong. I know I'm not wrong anymore. That's the thing. But go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that's the, but you very accurately hit the nail on the head there, because if I see something that disagrees violently with my previous understanding of how things work, then I'm going to need some reassurance that what I saw is repeatable, is and is objective reality, because I may be hallucinating, I may be my mind may be misinterpreting something. There are a number of flaws in the process of me internalizing sensory data that could be responsible, and being aware of that and being open to it is
Yeah.
different from just saying, look, nothing you see can be trusted.
I
That's
will
not
get
what
you
we're
that
trying to say.
antipode data, by the way.
Okay, all right. But you should go. spend
Yeah,
some
yeah.
time
Sorry,
with it.
sorry. Hey, you know what? I'm going to do it again if you guys want to. I'll get the
Absolutely,
antipode data.
100%.
Thanks for the opportunity.
No
Guys,
worries.
regardless of all this, I love you guys. You guys gave me the time, never disconnected, kept it coming. You swore a little bit.
Hey, that's what
It
happens.
happens. Now I can swear
Yeah.
too. We're done anyway.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
thanks a lot for the opportunity. I appreciate
worries.
it.
Have a good time with
I'm
your family.
definitely not convinced that it's a sphere. I know you guys clearly aren't convinced it's flat. Hopefully the audience got some entertainment value out of it.
Definitely.
And hey, that's all she wrote.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
you go and
take
enjoy
care.
your time with your family.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
Take it easy. Why do we do this to ourselves, Tony?
I've got no idea. It's I kind of thought that we could perhaps help him, but he's got some very fixed ideas. Where he's going.
Yeah, like he just asked you exactly
My-
the same things that I explained, and you know, it was just so much that I got very frustrated with that.
I can imagine, like two Africas apparently. There's
Yeah.
there's a and I know that a lot of people were actually expecting me to come on and rip into him, which I would have done if he sort of tried to. I don't think he's intellectually dishonest.
No.
I just think he is profoundly confused in his thought patterns.
Yeah.
And
I think ignorant
and
is definitely the right word to use without being insulting. He is extremely ignorant to anything scientific, including basic usage of words. Like, how many times have we heard gravity's only a theory argument? Yeah, but that doesn't mean what you think it means. You know, a theory in science is basically the highest, accolade we can give something to say that we think it's a fact. You know, it's only a theory after it's gone through repeated experimentation and testing, and it means a very different thing, and they just can't get over that. But thank you for coming on and helping, trying to help me talk some sense into him.
Well, I feel like oftentimes I should have been watching the chat. J.L. Warren disagrees with me about ghosts. Yeah, that's true. But it's just it's a very I understand that people want me brought on so that I can start yelling at people. But he wasn't the sort of.
It's almost like you give yourself a reputation, Tony.
It's almost like I've got a reputation, but he wasn't one of he didn't trigger me the way some others do. So my apologies for anyone who was disappointed by the lack of explosions, but maybe next time, maybe forget.
I'm definitely going to bring him back when he's available, because that was quite, even though frustrating. It's nice to have someone that's fresh to the argument, which he clearly is, right?
Yeah.
Because it gives us a chance to go over a lot of the things that are kind of basic, but with the way that we've all learned to debate flat Earth, we got better and better at doing it. And it's better than just the constant, we've got a black swan, or here's a dictionary definition, haha, you're debunked, stupid globers. It's nice for him to actually come along with, the sun follows the moon, and, this is what I think the flat Earth model is. That's a more entertaining conversation than a lot of the flat Earth debates have been recently.
Yes, absolutely. I also want to give a public shout out, as you did, to Ranty, who in his first debate as a glober is threatening to put everybody else out of business.
Yeah.
He was
brutal. I've never seen. Go on.
Yeah. He was just fantastic. Very effective, on point, not distracted. Called out bullshit when he saw it.
I've never seen someone shut Brian's logic down that well. Brian's logic is someone that's very hard to just shut down, and he was doing it beautifully every single time.
Yeah.
wow. Maybe he was a plant
Yeah.
or something. Maybe I don't know.
I've got no idea, but that was I was really impressed by
Yeah,
Branty's
definitely.
debating. Yeah, if he wants to, there's a future for him if he wants to.
I think so.
Continue this discussion. Maybe he doesn't, but
No. I mean, he was pretty sure he was out of the discussion. You know, when I went on his and Kat's podcast, at that point he was still a flat earther, and you know, we kind of talked about it. He's like, look, you know, I'm not really interested in the discussion anymore. I'm out of it. I'm a flat earther. That's what I think, but it doesn't need to be part of my life. But then obviously he saw this observation, and it's kind of brought him back in, but in a very different way than I think anyone thought it would. Just spending a lot of time with cats has obviously rubbed off. Oh, what is it with you bald-headed people being really smart?
Well, I mean, yes, Katz. Katz is one of the greatest science communicators of our generation, in my view.
Yeah, absolutely. He's incredible.
But and he and Ranty, I tell you what, if they team up and decide to go after flat Earth, it's going to bulldoze
they're a
over the
great
edge.
duo. See, their podcast is so easy to listen to. They riff off of each other so well, and I think they're a brilliant duo. And if they decided to, you know, start a channel going after flat Earth wouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't do it because I'll be out of a job. All right, stop.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to read super chats because boy howdy is there a lot of them. You guys are ridiculously generous. And I say this every time, but it blows my mind. You know, there was like 760 of you here at one point watching, and you know, thank you for the constant support and generosity that you show me. I could not continue to do what I do without the love and support that you guys show this channel. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I'm glad your standards are low enough to be able to support me. It means a hell of a lot. Alison for $2 Australian says, you know why I'm here and what I want, go get him. I did ask him that question in Facebook Messenger, and he just said it's not, over and over. And then Alison for, no, that was yesterday, that one. JG Man 2645 499. Did we ever find out who that furry and her dad Bowser actually were? They can't be real people. They are real people. I don't know if her dad is a real flat earther. I don't know what Mallory is. I'm really confused about Mallory. MC Toon, do you think that Mallory is a real Flerf? Yes or no? You need to tell us. MC Toon's in the chat. Everyone ask MC Toon if he thinks that Mallory is a real Flerf or not. What do you think, Tony?
I haven't heard that much of her, if I'm being honest. So I'm not really.
Well, her first
really
evidence to me was a furry foot fetish porn video.
Okay, well, I mean, that's to be fair, that's significantly more entertaining than most other flat Earth. So it at least has that going for it. I mean, you know.
Yeah, so I'm not. I don't know. I can't figure her out. She's crazy, but she's definitely not Team Skeptic. Firmament Maintenance Incorporated for 200 CZKs. FTFE, how did you become a Flerf? Mitchell, I believe any old shit is basically it, right? Serial 510 for $5. FTFE, you should see if Lord British would ever guest in one of these debates. Also, Flerf, read a book. K, thanks, bye. Cheers, Serial. Philosopher King Gaiman, $5. Ancient civilizations thought diseases were caused by smells. They were wrong. Just like they were wrong about the shape of the Earth. For the same reasons, yeah. That's why there is no ancient civilizations anymore. Because, you know, we stopped being stupid. Or, well, at least some of us did.
Yep.
Sparky NJ, $5. Common use of the word theory is equivalent to hypothesis in science. Why can't they understand that? You could have just... That would have been a lot of a smaller super chat if you'd just gone with why can't they understand. That was the only 4 words that was needed, honestly, Sparky. LB Things, Stuff and More, $2. Is Mitch aware of a scientific dictionary? I'm going to say no. Fuck YouTube, $5. Your religion, says the Flerf. I'm calling 911 to report the dumpster fire he just lit. Yeah, that does piss me off. Stop saying that I have a religion. It's like... It's beyond a straw man. I have the exact opposite of a religion. And I don't know, is it gaslighting? Is that what they're doing?
It is gaslighting, and I would go with Tim Minchin's counter to that, which is bullshit, in the sense that science revises its beliefs in light of experience and data. Yeah. Religion doesn't. Religion will cling to the same convictions regardless of what is presented to them. So if you can come up and you can show me that there's to sort of paraphrase Tim Minchin, if you can show me a firmament and a God above, and that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, I'll carve fancy that in the side of my cock with a compass.
That's not an image I wanted before I'm going to go to bed.
But if we are presented with evidence and experience that speaks against our previous understanding, we adjust, we move.
Yeah.
And the religious people don't. So it's a completely specious argument.
Yeah, I've always said, if there's evidence presented that the Earth is flat, that is, you cannot ignore it and has to be accepted, then I'm a flat earther. But I haven't found any evidence yet, and I've spent a hell of a lot of time investigating. My wife says far too much time. My wife says, will you put that fucking shelf up? I've been waiting for 18 months. My answer is, I just need to watch this flat earth video. So yeah. Love you, Emma. Did you do JGman2645 for $4.99 says, do you agree to the terms of timeframes and topic relevance? Yes, continues to absolutely violate all of them. Yeah, he was quite hard to keep on topic. Robeeb for $5 says, mitigation of the force is not the same as defiance of the law. That's exactly what Tony was trying to say, is that it's about a sum of all forces. Yeah, there's still that force pulling down, but there's other forces acting in the other direction that are stronger. It's simple.
Yep.
For us, maybe. People that got out of, third grade. Richard Puda said for $5, Flerf, if relative density was an explanation for gravity, things would fall up, not down. We would also be dead from suffocation. Yes, I don't like living in a layer of CO2. So, Connell Silverfur for $5 says, let's talk about evidence. That isn't good for one's position. Bob Nadal's 15 degree per hour drift. Bob said it would be very bad if it got out. Yeah, I've actually rewatched that Netflix documentary so many times. If I ever feel down, how can I be happy? Let's watch flat earthers destroy themselves. Netflix. Alison for $2 Australian. If you have integrity, you cannot be a flatty. Fair enough. Free Gemini, $5. Gravity only affects mass. That's why Flerf arguments don't sink. Infinitely dense, but no mass. Flerfs are infinitely dense. And see, when there is a flat earth conference, shouldn't that form a black hole?
You would think that it might, but it turns out you don't actually need much density. As long as it's large.
Yeah, and Flerf's brains aren't that large, are they? So, no, we're fine.
No.
Philosopher King Gaming for $5. His model does not have a perfectly straight Terminator line, therefore is not accurate to reality. I know there were so many things I wanted to bring up, but I'm going to go through it and make some notes and question him in the next time round, because he will be back, and I'm sure you will also see him on MC Tunes at some point. Marek Seance for 5 PlayStation Network dollars, thank you very much. Fuck YouTube, $5. Can you pause the debate while I run to the store for more word salad dressing? Richard Pulisev, $2. Flerf, Cold Hard Logic destroyed that map. The paradoxes, man. I know, the AE map is the most ridiculous thing to say. This is reality, because, Tony, is the country you live in 4 times the size of Canada?
No, it is not.
Right. Well, yeah, that makes sense then. The AE map's not real. Mm-hmm. I mean, it is real, but it's a projection of a globe. It's not reality.
Well, I mean, it comes down to the same element that, distances on a sphere are accurate. We can navigate planes, trains, cars,
submarines,
weather systems, earthquakes, tsunamis, all these things whose velocities we understand, they travel across it in ways that we can predict using spherical trigonometry and spherical distances. never works on a flat Earth map.
Yeah, but you heard how he got when I started mentioning math, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Always an issue. Warren Evans, £5, thank you. How can three people, one standing in South Africa, one standing in Australia, and another standing in South America, all look south and see the same stars? Well, that's easy, because the Earth's a globe. Then we have Connell Silverfur for $2. Polywana Saltine. J Mike's Movie Nights for $4.99 says, so no evidence? No, this was a classic case of, instead of evidence for the flat Earth, I'm going to present my misunderstandings of physics and the heliocentric model instead. Brilliant, well done. Colm O'Driscoll for €10.99. Always fun to listen to your debates with a good Trappist beer. Cheers FTFE, and keep tearing down those mountains of stupid. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to be doing it for a long time because, think how dumb the average person is, and then remember that half of the world are dumber than that. So, yeah, I'm going to be here for a while. Stephen York for $7.99 Australian dollars. Being called a theory doesn't mean it isn't real. Are rules of music notation not real just because it's called music theory? That's a good one, actually, talking about music theory. I'm going to use that one.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen York, I just read that one. Lord Illuminous Pooh for $5 says, did you remove my Hovid comment? Because my PhD is as real as his. Not mad, just wondering why. No, I did notice the Google moderator team in the chat a few times, removing random stuff. So it's possible that they removed your comment. J Mike's Movie Nights, $2.99 says, thanks, Bob. Definitely thanks, Bob. 3 Ron, $2. Laughed my ass off. Did this guy even pass the 5th grade? I have no evidence, but I would suggest it appears he didn't. Hogarth for £1.99. Didn't know Tim Roth was a Flerf. Connell Silverfur for $5. I feel like I have to say this to every Flerf. Mitchell, Earth very big, you very small. You can't see curvature because you are too small. I know, they don't understand anything. Connell Silverfur, $2. Flat Earth memes, an exercise in scientific illiteracy. Richard Pudisev for $2. This Flerf is nothing but stupidity and fallacies. Yeah, there was quite a few fallacies. Especially the Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy, which is my new favourite one. Thanks, Speak Truth, Seek Truth, for coming up with the Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy. Talking about Speak Truth, Seek Truth, he will be having a ex-Flat Earther versus Flat Earther debate on my channel on Monday at 11 PM UK time. Fohammer 335 for $2. Flerf has a small pee-pee. Can't accept he's wrong. I just read things without looking. Don't make me say that. Connell Silverfur for $2 says, don't hurt your back moving those goalposts, Mitch. Luke Foulwalker, €5. Please mention that the balloon is getting bigger as Mage 2 went up because it went in space. I tried, but he didn't really shut up long enough for me to talk. Indie Tiger, $20, sorry. Okay, Mitchell, start science all over again from the beginning by yourself only, and when you recreate electronics to a level where you can have recording equipment and can transmit, then you can come back. Firmament Maintenance Incorporated, 100 CZK. Antipodes were all exterminated by the spider cats eons ago. All hail the big elect. Fuck YouTube for $5 says, my landlord's dog just barked at me. His barks had more scientific content than Mitchell's arguments. Tim Pryor for $10 says, put it to him this way. If I could spin 1,000 miles an hour on a rotating chair in an hour, did I travel 1,000 miles or would I be in the same spot? Yeah, that's why I responded to him, when he said, how fast is that in miles per hour? I said 0 at the poles. Because they don't understand the difference between rotational and linear velocity, and it drives me fucking crazy. Tony, is it possible to spin in miles per hour?
No, it isn't.
I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. You've got to measure it in angles, and quite frankly, I'm always slightly affronted by the fact that people measure stuff in degrees, because I think we should generally measure in radians. But I understand that doesn't appeal to people.
But you cannot, you just simply cannot measure rotational velocity in any way using miles per hour or feet per second or anything, because that doesn't describe what's happening. Then we have Luke Farwalker for €5. I created a panorama from multiple images in Photoshop. Totally all the pictures are CGI. Not. Yeah, I love it when they say it's Photoshop. It's 1972. Alison, $2. Make sure to give him my offer before he rages. I will make sure he gets that offer next time. I'm sorry I forgot. Richard Pudisev, $2. Flerfs' name should be interrupting logical idiot, illogical idiot. Yeah, not very original, but true. J Mike's Movie Nights, $9.99. Thank you. I like the sound Fight makes when he's looking for something on his computer. Do do do. Yeah, my wife says that I hummed myself too much. MC Toon, one of my favourite people in the world. He did not pay me to say that. $4.99 says, Flat Earth is a religion for uneducated science deniers. Case in point, your guest. Your guest soon, I imagine, Toon. Connell Silverfur for $5 says, FTFE, you give Flerfs too much credit in order for them to understand. You have to condense all of science into internet meme form. Include cats. And then this guy who keeps commenting on my PhD Tony, you heard him? He's a bit of a weirdo. So he's left a super chat for $5. And it says, we can observe the magnitude and phases of solar tides, demonstrating the sun's attractive force. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so there are multiple tidal components. A lot of them are lunar, but we also understand the solar tides. I think the S0 and the S1 tidal components. So, these have a very different phase from the lunar tides because our phase of rotation with respect to the sun is much more rapid. So it's just very difficult to hear people suggesting this. We can actually also detect these tidal components in the atmosphere as well. So they have loading effects on GPS receivers. So it's just the idea. So how do you know the sun has an attractive effect? Well, we can measure it directly. Here we go.
That's the point. When he started saying about, well, why doesn't the moon fall into the sun? I wanted to make sure that I dumbed it down enough, and I purposely missed out the point that, well, the sun does have a gravitational effect on the moon. It's not like the sun has no influence at all over the moon. There is, gravitational forces that the sun is creating that are, affecting the moon. But, the same way, there's also gravitational forces that the moon is creating that are affecting the sun. Every mass affects everything else with mass. That's just how gravity works. So it's very hard to dumb things down enough. But also at the same time, make sure that you don't miss out anything that matters in context. And I think that's something I've always struggled with, because to be able to explain it at a base enough level, you have to, it's like when you're modeling, you get rid of irrelevant information so you can focus on the thing that you're trying to model. And it's kind of the same when talking to a flat earther. You have to sometimes omit certain information to get the point basic enough for them to understand.
Yeah, and I mean, particularly since a lot of flat earthers, and I feel like Mitchell is a key example, they come in and they don't want to learn. They just, they consider themselves to be fully informed and to be educating you on something that you don't know about. Yeah. So they're just not in a mind frame that allows them to learn anything. And it's very difficult to, dumb it down when you're constantly being interrupted and you can't construct a chain of argument.
Yeah, that's the thing. So many times you'll be speaking and trying, you have to kind of start at a point and then, aim with somewhere to go. But 2/3 of the way there, they start saying a bunch of irrelevant stuff that interrupts your chain of thought and makes that logical chain that you're trying to make, it breaks it up. So it makes your argument fall flat and you have to kind of restart your thoughts. And having a conversation with a flat earther can be a very difficult thing.
Yeah, it can be very, very much like trying to herd cats or, can of wormish.
Yeah.
Like it just sprawls everywhere.
Oh, talking about kittens. My cat's coming at me. And we've got Michael Hoyes for $5. If you shrink the Earth to the size of a 24-inch ball, the oceans would be 0.2 inches deep. Yeah, absolutely. High Plains Drafter for $2 says Craig's cat could even whip him in a debate. Shake my head. Yeah, my cats are far too smart to deal with that. I mean, I'm basically their slave, so... Who's smart? Us or cats? Let's think about it, right? We work our asses off, you know, to be able to live and be comfortable. Cats get to sleep on the sofa all day and then eat whenever they want. Who's the smart one here, us or them?
Well, it's definitely them. It's not so often. Cases we talk about domesticated animals, and
That's us.
cats are a species that have allowed themselves to be domesticated in the sense that they just hang around humans because humans feed them.
Yeah.
It's not that humans. It's not like dogs where humans have gone, oh, these things are useful.
No,
we
no.
can use them for stuff. No.
Yeah. No, cats were gone, oh, if I lie on that person, I'm a bit warmer. I'll do that.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. People think that cats love you. They don't. They like being warm and having their head scratched. I think there's a bit of familiarity there, but you know, it's certainly more about if I go and sit on this person's lap, he's going to scratch my head and it's going to feel nice and I'm going to be cozy. You know?
Yeah.
I love my cats, though. I love them to death.
I kind of feel that they're more honest in that regard. Like, I love the honesty of the relationship.
Yeah, they're not afraid to be truthful. Conal Silver for $2 says, amazing. Every word Mitch just said was wrong. Yeah, in the entire debate, correct. Richard Pudasev, $2. Flerf has a severe case of verbal diarrhea. Yes, he does. Luke Filewalker for €5. Maybe one day notice that the moon sets for one guy while the moon rises. Or, yeah. Well, a lot of issues with his antipode thing is that I'm pretty sure his antipode is actually somewhere in the Arctic, not in any of the places that he was saying. And that it does match the globe model if you can see it. I think he's confused about the way he was explaining what he thinks he was seeing. And I'm going to use that 3D software to actually map things out in a scale that it is 1-to-1, and I'm going to place a camera on the moon and zoom into his location and the antipode location to show that you would be able to see them from that position. It might take me a day or so to get it right and looking good, but I can definitely do that with my 3D software. Right, so then we've got Conal Silver, $5. Flerf says the moon is over his head. I believe him. He made it clear that all science is over his head. Ba-dum-tsh. Alison, $2. Happy he will never fly an aircraft. Needs 3D. Yeah, I'm pretty happy that there is no actual flat Earth pilots, because that's I don't want one of them flying my planes. And people keep saying to me, well, flat earthers should work at McDonald's, but I actually disagree with that because I don't want flat earthers making my food. Roby for $5. I'm thinking circles around you. Someone that doesn't get that circles are two-dimensional while trying to figure in 3 dimensions. Very true. David, $4.99. Thank you for restoring my faith. I don't believe in the Immaculate Conception, but now I've witnessed immaculate deconstruction. Flawless victory, FTFE. David, $3.99. But it has squiggly lines, science. Yeah. I'm going to bring a native Hebrew speaker on, because I've got one in the community that I talk to quite often, and have them explain the Hebrew Bible NASA thing one day, because that claim annoys people that speak Hebrew. Richard Pudasev, $2. New title for this debate, Flerf Won't Shut Up. Free Ron for $2. Looked it up. Tesla never said relative density. No. In fact, Tesla had the dynamic theory of gravity, which was a unified field theory developed by Nikola Tesla in the late 30s. The theory explains the relation between gravitation and electromagnetic force by unifying all the fundamental forces and particle responses into a single theoretical framework. It didn't work, but Tesla was actually one of the first people to try and develop a unified field theory. He definitely thought that gravity was a thing.
Yeah.
Rick Hansen, £5. You don't need someone with a PhD to teach this guy. You need Barney the dinosaur.
Barney could probably have done a better job. He would have and ahed a lot less than I do.
Yeah. That's a good one. Philosopher King Gaming for $5. I bet him $5 he can't name the closest city to his antipode. FTFE, the answer is Port Au Francis. Yeah, no, I bet he couldn't either. I'll ask him that next time and see if he takes the bet. From Maintenance Incorporated, PhD Tony, this guy is intellectually thwarted by sock puppets. Yeah, your skills are wasted, Tony. Maybe next time you come, just bring sock puppets. You know, that might help.
It might help keep their attention for longer.
Richard Puder said, $5. The tunnel was designed after the tragedy of Apollo 1, you disrespectful ass. How dare you claim it's conspiratorial when it was a tragedy, you putz. I know, I didn't want to get into that. I said, yes, we know there's a tunnel there, so that he would move on from it. Magellan, 5 Sega Genesis dollars. What is the formula to calculate the downward force using density and weight? How do civil engineers get the wrong answer all the time? Yeah, engineers don't like you if you say gravity isn't real. And then bridges don't work also. David, $4.99. This Flerf is simultaneously massively dense and massively vacuous. Violates the 17th law of thermodynamics. Gravity debunked. Welcome to Flat Earth. That makes as much sense, more sense, than anything other Flat Earther has ever said. Harold, $5. Make him stand on a scale and then pick it up and squeeze it between his hands. Is there less density between his hands, or was a force measured? That is a very good analogy. Yeah, I'll use that.
Exactly.
Tim Pryor, $10. Thank you very much, buddy. They literally have to take gravity into account for making aircraft. If gravity is fake, then I'm never flying again, and people need to be warned that aircraft designers are doing it wrong. Yeah, but we all know that aircraft designers are lying because aircraft are powered by air, just compressed air, and there is no fuel in the wings because that breaks the laws of physics that flat earthers made up. I really don't know what to say about the jet fuel conspiracy, Tony. That one purely blows my mind. Because it's not only jets. They've expanded it to things like F1 cars and stuff. F1 cars also don't use fuel.
The big problem, I mean, I agree with the central point is that it's not easy to see how they get such big fuel tanks into a plane. You kind of need to look in detail at the structure of planes to see how it's done. But it is actually quite clever. And it's non-trivial, but the fact that they have so much jet fuel inside their wings. Okay, I'm surprised that the wings are capable of holding that much, but you just do the maths, and yes, it works out. So
do the maths. Yeah, good one. These are flat earthers, remember? David, $3.99. Flerf plus derp equals flirp. All rights reserved. I'm stealing it. Too bad. Demouser for $5. If density determined if Tony's phone would fall for his hand, then would a Flerf skull stop a 50 cal bullet? Well, the Flerf skull is infinitely dense, so nothing's going through there. Like, nothing. In fact, why don't... Oh my god, Tony, how much money could we save with like military stuff that instead of developing all special armor, we just attach the skulls of flat earthers to the outside of war machines?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I think, however, the idea is that any self-respecting 50 caliber bullet is going to do whatever the hell it can to avoid going through that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just going to...
Wait, you're wasting me on that? Nah. Magellan for 5 Sega Genesis dollars says, Tony, stop. His little Flerf head will derp-splode. Tony's good at making derp-splode happen. Michael Hoyes, $5. If the camera is the moon, we could see both points. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Definitely. Firmament Maintenance Incorporated for 50 Czechoslovakian dollars. Bring on the sock puppets. Tony is wasting his precious time with this intellectual dwarf. Thank you for lowering your standards and coming here, Tony. I do appreciate it.
I
mean, I know you don't think I'm a real person because I don't actually have a PhD. So, the fact that you would, lower yourself to be on someone that is as insignificant as me's channel, it's a great honor, I must say.
I do like to touch base with the little people now and again.
Connell Silver for $5. Mitchell, your map is based on an 1892 map whose own creator admitted that it becomes less and less accurate east to west as you get further south. Yeah, Alexander Gleason also said in the patent for the Gleason's AE map that it is based on a globe. So, yeah.
Yes.
Davy Clarets, $9.99. I can afford these super chats only because I make a fortune in the hospital grade painkiller market during every FTFE debate. Buy low, then sell high when price goes up. Goes boom boom. Yeah, that's a really sneak. In fact, can we talk about me getting a cut? If that's all right. I definitely need, yeah. Free Ron for $5. Explained multiple times, an idiot still lies about the meaning of the word theory. Connell Silver for $5. The firmament is clearly made of diamondium, just as Professor Farnsworth. NASA tried using diamondylium, but the tentacle monster broke through. I recently binge watched all of Futurama. Have you ever seen Futurama, Tony?
Absolutely. Well,
you are Professor Farnsworth, right? Didn't they base that on you?
I am the inspiration. Yes. Good news, everyone.
I'm clipping that. I'm so clipping that. Philosopher King Gaming for $5. Connell Silver for it's made of diamondylium. No. It didn't work. The tentacle monster broke through. Mouth Breather for $5. Flerfs never seem to understand that the fewer of your own senses a scientific theory or a law or an experiment require, the better. Yeah. Don't use your senses for science. That doesn't work. Honestly, I've said this many times, but if I use my senses instead of the tools affronted to me, then the world exists in only 240p, and I'm pretty sure that's not reality. Let me just refresh that, see if any more came in, because you people are ridiculously generous. There's a few more. We've got Patrick Sylvia for $5. Someone once told me that we had more brain cells than there are stars. Mitchell just proved this wrong. Super Hornet for $5 Australian. Maybe flat earthers are evidence of time travel. They were brought a little too far into the future with their expert understanding of reality. If I could time travel, I'd go back in time and punch Samuel Robotham in the penis. Just saying. Eric Wood for $5. Chiropractic sequentials. Thank you. I don't know why you said that. Debate Shorties for $5. Mitchell, I don't understand, but this is what I think is happening. Yeah, he doesn't understand anything. And also do check out the channel Debate Shorties, which is taking a lot of debates of me and MC2 and other people and condensing them into easily digestible, funny clips. Definitely check that out. And one more super chat just came in. We've got... Come on. Debbie Clarets for $4.99 says, you're stealing Flerp and you want a cut of my pain relief market gains? You sock puppet. Yeah, I want all the money. I'm just a shill and I just do this for the money, quite clearly. And then I had a few members come in as well. So I want to say thank you very much to Rick Hansen, Asia Finn and Harry Zen for becoming members of the FTFE family. You guys are the best. Honestly, I'm blown away every single stream that I do. Thank you, everyone, for the massive amount of support.
I want to tell everybody off.
Go on then.
You know, I brought up Monty Python and the Galaxy Song, and was there any reference to it in the super chats? No, there was.
No, there wasn't. Yeah,
I'm ashamed of you all.
Disappointing. Although I am probably now going to go and watch a few of the songs from that on YouTube, because that's ever since every sperm is sacred. That's one of the greatest bits of comedy in existence.
It is pretty spectacular, but I was just thinking the other day, actually, going through the lyrics of the song, like flat earthers present all this as though it's something that people don't know or will obviously recognize as absurd. No, it's just amazing, and we sing songs about it.
Yeah.
It's well known, it's well understood, and it just makes our existence actually all the more amazing and spectacular.
Actually, when you do listen to the lyrics, it's a very, very cleverly written song. I mean, even though it talks constantly about sperm, it's very, very cleverly written. I don't think there's ever been any comedy genius quite like Monty Python.
Well, there are just different types of comedy genius. Let's just put it that way.
But I think Monty Python holds a special place in the pantheon of the comedy, and I've watched Life of Brian hundreds of times. That movie is just
Yeah.
he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
I would go now. Now write it up 100 times before dawn, or I'll cut your balls off. Is my
Mouth Breather for $5 says, and now for something completely different. Yes. And on that note, on that note, guys, thank you very much for joining me today. It's been an absolute blast. Please come back tomorrow for episode 9. Episode 10 of Stupidity is Not a Right. With Mr. 42. Maybe not Quitty's the Sprinkler. Oh God, I can't remember who's on the show now. There's 4 of you, and you know who you are, but it's including Mr. 42. So come and check that out tomorrow. And then on Monday we have at 11 p.m. Ex-Flat Earther versus Flat Earther with Seek Truth, Speak Truth debate in F'd Up World. And immediately after that, at 2 a.m. UK time, we have Robert Greenlee versus Hayden Jones, which has been brewing for a long time. So I'm going to have a very late night on Monday. Until then, guys, see you soon. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. All right, Tony, thank you very much, bud. And I will speak to you soon.
no
Right?
problem.
See you later, man.
Talk to you later.